saved. Arms. Order. Arms. Ready. Cut. Thank you to our Northeast Magnet High School Color Guard team. Okay, Latona, first item.
Ceremonial oath of office with Sedgwick County Election Commissioner Laura Rainwater.
Okay, will Amy Jensen, Julie Hedrick, and Amy Warren and myself come down to take our oath.
Is this on? Yes. Before we take the oath of office, I want to congratulate all of you for winning your election, but I also want to say thank you. It takes great courage to put your name on a ballot, but more importantly, it takes a huge commitment to our community to serve our students in this capacity. So thank you on a personal note. Okay, if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of the Office of School Board Member of Wichita USD 259. So help me God. Congratulations, all four of you.
Okay, Latona, next item.
Public hearing regarding school closing and student reassignment.
On December 1st, 2025, at the board's regular meeting, the board received information concerning unsafe conditions at Chester I. Lewis Alternative Education Academy. As described more fully in the notice of hearing attached as Appendix 1, that notice was published in the Wichita Eagle on January 2nd, 2026, to announce a public hearing on January 12th, 2026, where the board would hear testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed closing. We are now open the public hearing regarding the advisability of closing Chester I. Lewis Alternative Education Academy. Latona, do we have any speakers?
None signed up.
Do we have any public comment speakers? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed.
Correct, under the regular public comments.
Levanta, go ahead and come on. We'll open the public hearing and have Levanta Williams speak.
Great. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Levanta Williams, born and raised in Wichita, and I'm a proud product of Mathewson Junior High School. And so we have been to meetings and talked about and heard about the structural damage of Mathewson Junior High. It's also been Northeast Magnet, and now it's Chester I. Lewis. In speaking with many people in the community, one of the main things that they would ask is that as soon as possible, as soon as feasible, if there's that opportunity to bring that name back to the community, Chester I. Lewis. Chester is the spearhead and the leader of the youth that performed in the Dockham sit-in. That was something that was very important to him. And still, a lot of Wichitans don't know about that. Chester Lewis's office was right down the street on 17th Street, a little bit west of 17th and Grove. And so at the next opportunity, when we do something next, if we could please bring that name, Chester I. Lewis, back to the District 1 community, they would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lavonda. All right, public hearing is now closed. Latona, next item.
Good news, School Board Recognition Month.
Okay, Kelly.
All right. I just want to take a moment to personally thank all of you, Amy and Amy. I know it's your first meeting, but we still appreciate you and we want to recognize you. January is National School Board Recognition Month. And so to all of our board members, you have some cards on your table from different ages of kids. You have some ceramics that were created by some of our high school art students, some cups that were engraved by Future Ready Center students. So we try to give you the gamut of all the cool things that we do to let you know we appreciate you. I wish I could tell you we're going to double your salary this year, but we could. Maybe we should. We could just double it. Double zero is zero still, right? But truthfully, the work is impactful and meaningful for our kids. And so I just wanted to tell you thank you on behalf of all of the staff of Wichita Public Schools.
Well, thank you. I know I'm not alone when I say this is one of the most difficult and challenging roles any of us have probably ever embarked on, and it can also at times be one of the most rewarding experiences as well. Latona, next item.
WPS music students selected for SCKMEA Honors Ensembles and WPS music faculty receiving recognition from SCKMEA, ASTA, and Yamaha Corporation of America.
Welcome, Sean.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, many thanks to you and the entire WPS community for the opportunity to honor and celebrate our WPS SCKMEA musicians and district award-winning music faculty. By the numbers, South Central KMEA, or SCKMEA, represents all of Sedgwick County and 10 neighboring counties. Individual school breakdowns show that SCKMEA includes approximately 90 high schools, 150 elementary and middle schools, and nearly 250 music educators. Each year, SCKMEA sponsors 7 ensembles, and as you see them shown on the screen tonight, I'm proud to say again that WPS had representation in all 7 categories. To invite all of our 163 WPS honor musicians, along with their teachers, administrators, parents, guardians, and family members, might have challenged tonight's BOE Good News time limit and fire code restrictions. So I want to thank the BOE, of course, Alicia Allen and her StratCom colleagues and WPS Fine Arts for sponsoring and supporting our come and go reception earlier this evening, complete with cookies and certificates. And of course, thank you, Superintendent Bielefeld, music parent number 1 at the moment, for your kind remarks and board intros. So to conclude that portion of tonight's recognition, representing 2 elementaries, 2 K-8s, 4 middle schools, and 8 high schools, please join me in a round of applause, everyone, for our 163 WPS SCKMEA honor musicians. And now transitioning into our faculty honorees, please know I could speak at length on each of them, but also in interest of time, we'll stick to sharing comments directly from their nomination or from one of their nominators. Speaking earlier of SCKMEA, they also recognize 1 outstanding educator at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. So while the competition was stiff for our students, it was even more competitive for these award-winning faculty. WPS went 2 for 3 this year in SCKMEA, winning the elementary and middle school levels. And that's where we're going to start this evening. First with the SCKMEA Outstanding Elementary Educator. So I believe we first have Nina Kent Wilson, music teacher at OK Elementary. From Nina's SCKMEA, yes, Nina. From Nina's SCKMEA nominations, I'm honored to share the following excerpts. Nina's commitment to joyful music making is evident in every classroom experience she creates. She ensures that all children feel valued and celebrated, and her ability to foster a safe, loving, and inclusive environment is unmatched. In addition to her impact on students, Nina has been a trusted member and guide for countless educators. She freely shares her wisdom, experience, and creativity, supporting both new and veteran teachers alike. So once again, please join me in congratulating Nina Kent Wilson as SCKMEA 5 Outstanding Educator. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce our SCKMEA Outstanding Middle Level Educator for 2025, Jamie Hayes from Mayberry Cultural and Fine Arts Magnet. Jamie's nomination states that Jamie's passion for teaching and her students is evident in her classroom daily. One of her greatest strengths is her ability to nurture relationships with her students, which creates a family atmosphere in her classroom. Her students are encouraged to be creative and allowed to explore, and you'll often find pickup bands created by students rehearsing during lunch or after school on their own. From inviting guest artists to work and play alongside her kids to helping her students perform public jazz gigs, Jamie embodies what it really means to be involved in the community as well as in her classroom. So please join me in congratulating Jamie Hayes as SCKMEA Level Educator. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Frances Orr, Orchestra Director at Allison Middle School, for receiving the 2026 Outstanding State Chapter Leadership Award from the American String Teachers Association. Frances' nomination notes that she initiated a new rotation of all state excerpts and scales with committee and membership feedback and a newly regionally rotated summer workshop for consideration, elevating new leadership through existing and committee work. Thank you, Frances. The ASTA Executive Committee appreciates that you serve as a collaborative leader, not only in Kansas, but also within the state chapter leadership spaces of ASTA. So please join me in congratulating Frances Orr on receiving the Outstanding State Chapter Leadership Award from the American Strings Teacher Association. Frances. And finally, Eric Stone from Gordon Parks Academy, who is not able to be with us tonight, but his familiar face to many of us for his recent Kansas Teacher of the Year honors. Eric is where else but in rehearsal tonight, directing the Wichita Symphony's youth concert band and getting ready, just like the three of you, and I quote, Eric said he's changing the world one concert at a time. Daryl Sessions, assistant principal at Gordon Parks Academy, also shared about the remarkable impact Eric has had on our school community. Eric's passion for students drives everything he does. He meets every challenge with creativity, flexibility, and a constant desire to grow. Miranda Wilson, with us tonight, East High Director of Bands and WPS Curriculum Coach, wrote the following. While doing remote learning, Mr. Stone shared his knowledge with other district band directors in creating an online performance for students. The students rehearsed online with guest conductors, then recorded their individual parts. Mr. Stone then took all the parts and digitally created an all-city performance by putting them all together. This was many hours of work that gave the students a performing outlet during that challenging time. So in that vein, please join me in giving a recorded round of applause for Eric that he can enjoy at a later time. Eric Stone. Thank you again, award-winning nominees, for being here tonight. And in closing, thank you once again, WPS Board of Education and district leadership, for your unwavering support of tonight's honored students and faculty. They exemplify the remarkable talent and exceptional instruction that thrive in our music classrooms every day. Wichita Public Schools, this makes our commitment to excellence and a premier district of choice, empowering every student and staff to member, flourish, become future ready, and to contribute meaningfully to our greater community. Thank you for your time. And I know the awardees or myself are ready to take any additional comments or questions. But first, how about one final round of applause for all of our Music Award nominees? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to the awardees, and thank you to the students who put in the long hours and dedication to learning a new skill. Okay, Latona, next item.
Fall Student Athletes State Recognition.
Welcome.
Oh, hello. Perfect. Okay, so thank you, board members and Superintendent Bielefeld. I want to give you some good news about our performances on the state level. We had 4 girl athletes qualify for cross country, and one team that was north, and we had 1 boy qualify for cross country. We had 6 girls at state tennis, and we had 3 individuals for state golf and 1 team, and the team was Southeast, and their coach is here with me right now. Out of those participants, we placed 8th place in girls cross country and 4th in girls golf. For the team sports, although we had a good number who made it to the playoff series, we qualified 1 team for the volleyball state tournament, and we qualified 1 team for the soccer state tournament. And Southeast, our boys team, they placed 4th. So at this time, I'd like to recognize the teams and individuals who placed 4th in the state competition, as they're here with me right now. Alina Lamb qualified as an individual in the girls golf, as well as helping her team Southeast qualify. She is not here right now. She ended up working, which is a testament to how great our kids are when they're doing, they're athletes and they're students, and they're also good workers. So eventually she's going to probably run the world. So we all need to be really, really super excited for her. And then after 2 days of golf, she did place 4th. So I don't know if any of you guys know how the state golf tournament is now. It is a 2-day tournament instead of a 1-day tournament like it used to be about 5-6 years ago. So, I mean, that's a lot to deal with there. Her coach, Coach Powell, is here right now to represent for her. And now to the boys Southeast soccer team. They had a great run, and they made it into the state tournament. So now the state tournament is just 4 teams that get into it. They play at striker, and then out of that is how they play around, and then that's how they figure out the placing. And so they receive 4th. And with me today is Coach Finch, and then he also has Noah Lacio and Adrian Puka. Is that correct? Okay. So you know me in names sometimes. Provided to the board is also a list of our state qualifiers, as well as those Wichita Public School students who received league honors at their performance in the field of play. There, of course, are too many on the list, and it would take me way over 30 minutes to go through them all. And although we would all enjoy hearing me talk for 30 minutes, I think that I would just provide that list for you guys to have so that you know. So on behalf of each of the high school athletic departments, I would like to thank the board and their continued support for all the student athletes that participated this fall season. So I'd like to thank you all for your continued support on that. Very much.
Southeast is doing a good job representing everything. So good job, guys, and continue the great work. We are very proud of the way you represent the school district and your school. Okay, Latona, next item.
UTW.
Welcome, Stephen.
Good evening, distinguished board members. My name is Stephen Maurer. I serve as a staff organizer for the United Teachers of Wichita. President Warren sends her regrets as she's feeling a little under the weather. I know how much she wanted to be here tonight. First, in the spirit of School Board Appreciation Month, I want to extend sincere thanks to our outgoing board members, Ms. Hazel Stabler and Ms. Kathy Bond, for their service to our community. As I know everyone on this dais is well aware, serving on the board is an unpaid volunteer role that demands significant time, care, and moral stamina. So we are grateful for the energy and commitment that you have given to Wichita students and families. I also want to offer congratulations to our newly sworn in board members. I've had the opportunity in different ways to get to know your character and your commitment to this community. And I want to say personally how encouraged I am by your willingness to serve. Choosing to step into this work, particularly right now, reflects a seriousness about public education and about working people who rely on it every day. We're living in a moment where the role of public education carries real consequence. In a climate that often feels polarized or uncertain, our schools remain among the most visible shared institutions in our community. They're places where our students grow academically, socially, and ethically, but they're also shaped by economic realities that affect classrooms, families, and staff alike. That responsibility calls for leadership that is steady, grounded, and willing to engage honestly with how decisions land in people's daily lives. I want to acknowledge something that our members have noticed and appreciated in recent months. Through our regular Friday communications, we've shared feedback from educators about workload, compensation, and clarity of expectations. In response, we've seen some meaningful movement. This includes additional paid collaboration time for pre-K educators, compensation for expanded elementary math work, and clearer guidance at the high school level around parent notification expectations. These are not just abstract policy tweaks. They speak directly to the material realities of educators' working lives and whether the system that they work in recognizes the demands being placed on them. Now, one of the challenges before all of us is resisting the temptation to rely on surface level assurances or traditions that no longer reflect our current conditions. The economic pressures facing families, students, and the school staff today are different from those of the past, and addressing them requires more than good intentions. It requires attentiveness to how decisions manifest in real classrooms, real households, and real paychecks. We appreciate that this board has shown a willingness to listen, to engage, and to take concerns seriously. That kind of responsiveness builds trust, and trust is essential if we are going to meet the challenges ahead with clarity and shared purpose. United Teachers of Wichita remains committed to being a constructive partner in this work. We believe deeply in public education as a nonpartisan public good, and in the idea that strong schools are built when certified educators, support staff, families, and community leaders alike are aligned around the realities that students face every single day. So thank you for your time, your service, and the care you bring to this responsibility. We look forward to working alongside you in the months ahead.
Thank you, Stephen. Latona, next item.
SEIU.
Is there an SEIU representative here tonight? Okay. Seeing none. Latona, next item.
Public communications.
So for the people that are here for public comment, we thank you for joining us tonight. If you have signed up for public comment, you will have 3 minutes to speak, and we kindly ask that you acknowledge your allotted time according to the timer displayed on the screen. We encourage you to share your thoughts openly and honestly, but we ask that your remarks remain focused on school-related matters and are respectful and constructive. The board will listen to your input, but will not respond during this meeting. However, we are listening and may follow up as appropriate. With that, we welcome our first speaker.
Aaron Andrews.
Welcome, Aaron.
I had another one, but he's asleep. Good evening, board members. I'm a parent of OK students and former student myself. For over 30 years, the school has been a part of my life and now a part of my children's lives. I also have a friend of mine's daughter with me here tonight. She is also a student of OK Elementary. The relationships with teachers and students at the school is like no other. My children go to school every day happy to be there. They are ready to learn and interact. I am always aware of my kids' progress, daily progress. My daughter is excelling in her IEP and in a class setting. Just today, I got a note from the IEP teacher. She got 28 out of 36 words correct. So this is a very good thing. We're celebrating. So, as well as my son, who's asleep, who had a really rough time at drop-offs in the mornings and is now excited to go to school. He feels safe in his classroom with his teacher, Mrs. Martin. My opinion, I think she's going to be a Golden Apple winner, just potentially. She's a fantastic educator. She really does love the kids. And my kids are academically excelling. I have concerns regarding school closures and consolidation. Honestly, my kids have stated that they do not want to start over, that they do not want to start over in a different school. And my concerns are that students are going to have a hard time learning in a larger class setting in a larger school. I am a former child. I was a child that fell through the cracks. It was obvious. It was something I was struggling on, but back then my parents didn't understand. That's something I do not want for my children or any other children or child. The relationships with friends and staff is that going to be possible in a school like ours? If it gets any bigger, are we going to have the interactions? Are the teachers going to be able to handle the workload? And that's another concern of all families. Also, after speaking with a few gentlemen that work in the schools, the USD 259 maintenance guys, they've outright said there's not really much wrong with Oak Elementary. Structurally, no. But HVAC issues, yeah, there's a little HVAC issues, but that just comes with what it is. And some preventative maintenance. That's just how it goes. All we need to do is just invest in our schools and upkeep our schools and keep our neighborhood schools for our families. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Aaron.
Mhm.
Latona, next speaker.
Kendrell Holly.
Kendrell. Welcome.
Just 3 minutes. All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to thank the school board. This is School Board Appreciation Month, is it? Thank you. Many of you know who I am, recognize me for trying to get albuterol in the schools. And as of July of 2024, we did get that bill passed so that the state of Kansas public schools can stock emergency albuterol for their asthmatic students. Just a little bit of a refresher on who I am. My name's Kendrell Holly. I am a registered respiratory therapist with the state of Kansas for over 16 years. I'm a certified asthma educator, and I'm also a lifelong asthmatic myself, as well as a product of USD 259. So I want to thank you for your support with the bill getting the albuterol in the schools. My next step, because I'll be back, is I want to know about how they are going to go about administering the albuterol. The two main ways they do it are a nebulized treatment or a metered dose inhaler. I did have some handouts at the last meeting I attended, and I'll bring some more. My recommendation is for the metered dose inhaler. It's a lot quicker than a nebulized treatment, but that's what I'll be focusing on my next meeting here. Like I said, tonight was just, I wanted to say thank you for your support, because it was a long time coming, but we did get it. And so let's go on to the next step, which is, okay, how are we going to give it to the kids? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holly. We appreciate your support and we appreciate your advocacy for this. Latona, next speaker.
Walt Chappell.
Walt. Welcome.
Thank you so much. You can pass these out. Julie, it's always good to see your smile. My goodness, what a blessing. Many of you know I've been here a number of times to speak about the budget and setting priorities. And tonight I'd like to ask that you take a look at the handout I've provided. I've sent it to you by email. I don't know how many of you actually had a chance to read it before the meeting tonight. As people from the community won't get to see the budget or the agenda until a few days before you actually meet. So it's hard to catch up with you. But I've spent over 6 hours now going through the agenda, and I put it together in one page, a listing of all the different items on your consent agenda. And it really concerns me that we haven't set priorities strong enough that the staff understands that you're here to educate kids and not to pass out the money we receive for construction companies to make a lot of money off of doing projects that, in my mind, don't really have much to do with anything, particularly don't help the kids develop employable skills. So I'm concerned about a $325,000 budget item here. You're supposed to be paying for design of a boiler and a chiller at Hadley. Hadley was closed in 2024. I think the building isn't being used now. I don't know for sure, but it's a hell of a lot of money to spend to design a boiler and a chiller. Then you have $330,000 for carpet replacement in 6 schools. What's that got to do with teaching kids employable skills or making them future ready? You have another one down here for $67,000 for a fence behind the home plate for the junior varsity kids at East High. Now that's all well and good, I guess, but they have a fence there now. Why do you have to spend $67,000? That's as much as a teacher's salary. We've got a $700,000 for alternative transport. We have a lot of kids that don't see well, can't hear well. We need specialists to teach them, but we don't have them in the classroom. When I was on the State Board of Education, I was always concerned about the fact we've got all these kids and only part-time people actually able to see and work with them maybe once or twice a week, if that. Then you have $350,000 for gym replacement and refurbishing for gym floors. Now, I know there's some folks who think, well, we got to grind them up and put down a new finish. Well, again, what's that got to do with educating kids? I want you to trust but verify. I'm asking you as a board to please set priorities for the staff. And then what you have, hopefully, is staff that will look at your priorities and say, okay, we can't put that on the consent agenda. That only won't pass. Tonight, I'd like to ask you to table the motion to
Thank you, Dr. Chappell.
pass the consent
Well,
and
thank
bring it
you.
up at a later point.
Thank you, Walt. Latona, next speaker.
Kathy Johnson.
Welcome, Kathy.
Good evening, board members. First off, happy Board Appreciation Month. I appreciate you guys giving your time and volunteering to do the hard work that a lot of people don't want to do, so thank you. And I am here as we approach negotiation time for our contracts. I want to address the payout for unused leave days for retirees. Currently, retirees receive $30 per day, which after taxes is about $18. And for someone like myself, who currently has 246 unused days, that will amount to about $7,386 before taxes. To put this in perspective, if the district had to cover those same days with substitutes, it would cost the district $34,468 at the current substitute rate of $140 a day and $190 for a long-term assignment. That's nearly 5 times what retirees would receive. Retirees save the district thousands of dollars by being present and committed throughout their careers, and paying only $30 a day undervalues their contribution. Increasing this rate would show appreciation, encourage retention, and help address the ongoing substitute shortages. I'm asking that you consider raising the payout to better reflect the true value veteran teachers provide, perhaps aligning closer to substitute rates or at least a meaningful increase. That is not just fair, but it's a strategic step for our district's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Latona, next speaker.
Rebecca Armstrong.
Welcome, Rebecca.
And thank you, guys. Your service is very commendable and definitely needed in our community. Thank you. USD 259 began nearly 3 years ago the quest to seek more money to fix their aging schools. The initial rollout spoke of the drop in enrollment, poor maintenance, and high costs for operations, as well as aging infrastructure. They hired an engineering firm who completed a report that indicated for $450 million to build new schools, tear down old ones, and provide new technology learning centers. The problem for me, and the problem I experience every day while part of USD 259, is their management structure. The district does not ask on a regular basis what the employees can do to help us meet our mission of providing a safe, secure school that prepares the public students of our community with a good future and a clear place for them as an integral part of our community. There is no real system of asking, they tell. Numerous times I've been in meetings and mentioned this. The response from decision makers is to tell me how wrong I am, and they list the ways and times they have asked the teachers, the classified, and others. There was this survey here or that survey there. There was a listening session recently. They went to all of the schools to listen. But before they arrived, they sent a list of the questions people could ask. That's not a listening session. When it was done, they listed what people talked about. They left out things that didn't fit what they wanted. Managing organizations, businesses, or not-for-profits has come a long way in 50 years. I graduated with a management degree, and I've seen the change. Here, we're back 50 years ago. We don't ask, we tell. We can fix our problems if we include the people that work within the system on a regular, integral basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Latona, next speaker.
Trish Heilman.
Welcome, Trish.
Thanks. It's a long way from the cheap seats, so I was trying to hustle. Anyway,
Appreciate the hustle.
good evening, President of the board and members of the BOE and Superintendent Bielefeld. Congratulations on your new seats, and thank you very much for your service. You're volunteering your time to oversee the most important public work in our community and the largest public budget we steward together. What you do matters deeply to the leadership, functioning, and trust in our district. I want to acknowledge the real progress this board has made in transparency, public consent agenda workshops, public meetings, and the establishment of a financial oversight committee. These are meaningful steps, and I want to name something that often goes unsaid. Transparency and public accountability are brave. It is far easier to govern without oversight or public input, not to look under the rocks and see the creepy crawlies. So thank you for choosing the harder, better path and for listening to community feedback. You have a capable and well-intentioned staff, but staff are making decisions with lifelong impacts on students, families, and neighborhoods. And sometimes the priorities and concerns of these communities are not sufficiently incorporated into those decisions. When communities feel heard but not responded to, trust is damaged. We have seen this before. Decisions around school placement, closures, new construction have at times moved forward despite strong community concerns. The result has been unintended consequences, transportation costs, attendance challenges, rebuilding projects, ongoing expenses that could have been mitigated. These experiences matter because they shape public trust. This brings me to capital spending. Our district collects 8 mills in property taxes, I think like $127 million for capital needs. I am asking this board to give clear direction to staff to prioritize that spending more tightly around true capital needs, maintaining and preserving the buildings we already have. Currently, significant capital dollars are allocated to instruction, support services, employee benefits, software, and technology. These are the line item things in the capital outlay budget. I would urge you to reconsider that balance. Research and the experience of the past several years shows that excessive classroom technology, especially in elementary grades, does not improve educational outcomes. Many states are now moving to limit it. Redirecting some of those funds toward roofs, foundations, HVAC, long-term maintenance would better serve students and taxpayers alike. Similarly, we have spent over $70 million in 24 and 25 on outside contractors. Those expenditures may have been necessary at consent agenda. A lot of those are necessary. But only having $20 million for building maintenance, the sign Luke was holding, we can give him more than that from this capital budget. Facilities master plan, I'm skipping down. I understand how complex and time-consuming this work is, especially for a volunteer board. I ask you to keep educational outcomes, not just efficiency, as the driving force. Larger schools may be cheaper on paper, but they're not always better learning environments. Some of our highest growth schools academically, you saw this A reading.
Thank you, Trish.
Thank you.
Latona, next speaker.
Martin Shockett.
Welcome, Martin.
Thank you. Greetings, Board of Education and Superintendent. My name is Martin Shockett, and I teach English at Chester Lewis. Tonight, I wanted to express my gratitude towards several groups of people and update you on a couple of my experiences the last couple weeks. First, I'd like to congratulate our new and returning board members on their successful elections. The many hours you spend up front campaigning just to do a voluntary job is not something that many people could endure. I would also like to just thank the board in general for the immense amount of voluntary work, as it does not go unnoticed, at least for me, even though it can be a thankless job. To make this district one of the best, we need as many people as possible that care as much as you all do. So thank you again for your work. Next, I would be remiss if I didn't thank all the parties involved with a relatively smooth transition into the new Chester Lewis home at the former Cleveland Elementary building. It has been a whirlwind of a week. It only has been 1 week since we've been in there with students, but we've landed smoothly and we really seem to like our new accommodations. We fit really well. Our move wouldn't have gone as good as it did without the help of all the painting and cleaning and updating and moving and coordinating, and all of that just proves that many hands make light work. Right. So shout out to the Chester Lewis staff for all the weekends and sore muscles as well. Please come by and visit us anytime. Finally, I would like to provide some details about the facilities tour I participated in this weekend. This past Saturday, a bus full of district employees and community members traveled throughout Wichita to visit specific sites that help illustrate the reality of the facility spectrum we have in Wichita Public Schools. The group also included the mayor and some city council members, so it was encouraging to see more people who care as much as we do about our school district. Even though I learned way more than I cared to about district facilities through the last bond campaign, I continued to learn some facts on this tour that lead me to believe that our facilities need more vigorous and consistent oversight, as Trish was saying. This included better insight into the structural studies that can take anywhere from 3 to 9 months to complete, depending on the size of the building. It also included the costs of foundation repair and more insight into the 340,000 plus square foot Frankenstein that is Truesdale Middle School, right? The disparities between the buildings in our facility spectrum is unfortunate, of course, but it also highlights the real challenges associated with making decisions in a system this large where we have some of those redundancies and inefficiencies. While it may be a sensitive subject and a huge can of worms, it might be worth reconsidering plans where possible that might eliminate some confusion and gain us some advantage with the public for a more surefire bond campaign this year. Perhaps you could start with considering Chester Lewis's spot. Thank you.
Was that the last speaker, Latona?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you to all of our public comment speakers. Latona, next item.
Strategic Plan Goal 1, graduation rate.
Okay. Kelly, I guess I can.
I can do it.
Welcome,
I think
Lauren.
There's a little bit of feedback from my mic here, so I may be trying to move around. Dr. Chatfield's here to talk about exciting updates to graduation rate.
We thank everyone for their patience with our technology delays this evening. While we're waiting, I think you have a handout that looks like this. Yes, if you want to find that, as well as your slides. I feel like I should tell a joke or something while we're waiting. Hey, that looks
Okay,
right. There we go.
It's on mine, so you'll have to tell me to advance.
I'll have to tell you. Okay. I can just do this. There we go. It's a team effort tonight. Yeah. All right. Good evening. I'm excited to be here tonight to present to you the class of 2025 graduation data. All right. So just a little bit of a backstory about where we're going, where we are now. When Kelly became the superintendent, the board charged him with writing a new strategic plan. So that strategic plan, which was written in 2024, included the 2023 graduation data because we're always about 6 months behind in graduation data. So that 2024 to 2029 strategic plan started with the class of 23. We're going to keep going and we're going to catch up once we find that. Is that okay? You guys have the slides in front of you. If anybody else needs hard copies, they are on that back table right back there. So we are currently on slide 2. There, that one right there. So the original goal number 1 in that strategic plan was to increase the graduation rate from 79.2% to 85% by 2029. That 79.2% is in reference to the class of 23. And then that 85, the goal being 85%. In order to do that by 2029, we would actually be talking about the class of 2028 because of how the data falls. So just a quick reminder on where we've been and where we want to go. Again. Just thinking about it. Okay. Right. So the next slide has a whole bunch of dates on there, and it kind of looks haphazard. Why is 2009, 2018, 2023, and 2024 all on this slide? While it might appear haphazard, it is not. So let's talk about those dates and everything that happened in between those dates that are on the screen. So it starts with 2009. The reason 2009 is on there is because that is when the calculation for graduation rate changed. So we have been using the same calculation for graduation rate since 2009. So when this calculation was first rolled out, our graduation rate as Wichita Public Schools was 56.6% when this calculation was first rolled out. Now, part of that is probably a lack of true handle on how the formula worked and what data should and shouldn't be in there and how do we clean it up. And it takes a while to kind of get control, if you will, of kind of a new formula and how that might work. So in 2010 and in 2011, they jumped into the 60s, in the mid 60s very quickly, 2010, 2011. And then from 2012 to 2018, they jumped into the low to mid 70s. So very quickly, right, boom, boom, boom. All right, and that's part of an understanding that's using the data properly and understanding of how the formula works. All right, but I would say we hit a plateau. 2012, 2018, we oscillated as a district between a low of 73% and a high of 76.5% for those 6 years. We just kind of filtered in that low to mid 70s range, just flowed in that, up a point, down a point, up a point, down a point for a few years. The reason 2018 is the next year on the slide is when Dr. Thompson became the superintendent, there was a strategic plan written, and that graduation rate was included in that strategic plan for Wichita Public Schools. So that 74% was the baseline when graduation rate went into the strategic plan in 2018. So that's why 2018 is in there. So then what happens in the interim there? That infusion in 2018, we jumped just a little bit into 75s in 2019. And then between 2020 and 2022, we jumped a plateau, but we kind of stayed in that same range again. So between 2020 and 2022, we oscillated. Our low was 79.2 and our high was 80.5. So we stayed in that high 70s, peaked at 80 range. Okay? Then boom, you see 2023 on the screen. Why is 2023 there? When Kelly Bielefeld became the superintendent, we write a new strategic plan. 79.2 is the baseline in the strategic plan that we write that goes from 24 to 29. So that's why 2023 is there. And then you see 2024 there at 84.3 because that's where we were last year. So that you have a lead up from 2009 all the way to right now, which is 2025 data. So, okay. All right. So what was the class of 2025? Our federal graduation rate for the class of 2025 was 85.1%. It'll come eventually. So that's what's going to be on there. There it is. It was 85.1%. So I just want to take a moment to stop and recognize that there was a 5-year strategic plan written, and the work of students and staff in our schools, and not just high schools, to hit that goal in just 2 years is incredible. And this is life-changing outcomes for our students, for our families, for the Wichita community. In the last decade, so from 2015 to 2025, the state of Kansas, their graduation rate has risen by 7.3% in the state of Kansas. Wichita Public Schools graduation rate in the last decade has risen by 9.8%. So our change is outpacing Kansas' change, and Kansas doesn't get 7.3 without us getting 9.8. We are 10% of the kids in Kansas, Wichita Public Schools. Kansas doesn't make gains without Wichita Public Schools making gains. So I want to point out that those two things go hand in hand, and they go together, and that we need to lift up and celebrate this. I will be honest, I am not the best at celebrating reaching a milestone. It's actually not one of my best skill sets. I would prefer hit the goal, make a new one, start working on that one. That is how I operate. But we are closing the gap between Wichita Public Schools and the state of Kansas. And we are closing the gap between Kansas and other states in the country. And a lot of that is because of the work that's happening right here in Wichita Public Schools. Use a little bit of a baseball analogy here, since I played softball in college. And my very first at bat in college, I hit a home run. Very first one. I still have the ball in my basement. That's great if you do that one time. But to be a good player, you've got to do that again and again. Not necessarily a home run, but your average has to be good, right? If you hit that one home run and that's all you do for the rest of your career, you weren't a softball player. You weren't a very good baseball player. So for us, we can celebrate, right? That moment when you like round third and you come into home and your teammates are mobbing. That's like one of the greatest feelings in the world. But if you don't continue to get results, that feeling is very fleeting. And I think that's a lot of what we have to do with our academic data is we want to celebrate, and that's one of the best feelings in the world. But then we have to lock back in, because we're going to come up to the plate again, and we've got to be ready again to replicate those results over time. Are we going to perfectly replicate those results over time? No, right? But we can continue to make progress over time. And so I'm excited that you now are all going to have to charge us with rewriting the strategic plan, because that goal is a big check mark, and we don't want it to just stay a check mark for 3 years. We want to write the next goal and lock in so that we can start working on that one. So let's talk about some subgroup data here on the screen. There are Should be some colors there. See if you click some stuff, they show up. Oh. Okay, we're just going to keep going. We got, exercise and flexibility. So what you can't see there, because it's white on white, which is not good, is male graduation rate and female graduation rate for the class of 2025. So I want to talk to you a little bit about subgroups in general, and then we're going to talk about these subgroups specifically. There are 38 possible subgroups of data that you can have from KSDE. So that's gender or race or free reduced lunch or students with disabilities or virtual or foster, right? So there's 38 of them. To be considered in that subgroup, you have to have at least 10 kids to qualify in that subgroup. So there's some districts, they don't have very many subgroups because they don't have very many kids to start with. Wichita Public Schools, we qualify, we have at least 10 kids in 34 out of the 38 subgroups that are available for the data. So we have 34 subgroups for us. Male and female are kind of the first two that you come across. So these are two. The 82.7% male graduation rate is the highest male graduation rate Wichita Public Schools has ever had. Let me back up. 85.1, I think it probably goes without saying, is also the highest graduation rate Wichita Public Schools has ever had. So 85.1 is the highest. 82.7 for males is the highest graduation rate we've ever had. 87.7 for females ties last year as the highest graduation rate for females. So it's exactly the same as last year. They stayed steady. Some people would be like, oh, it didn't go up, but it also didn't go down. And you can luck your way into some good results every once in a while. But if you're going to repeat results over time, that's not luck. That's strategy and that's skill and implementation and strategy. So wanted to call that forward. Last year, the gap between the male graduation rate and the female graduation rate was 6.7%. This year, the gap between the male graduation rate and the female graduation rate is 5%. So we are closing the gap between males and females. Now, we don't want to do that by just holding females where they are. That's not the goal. Hey, hold the females where they are and have the males catch up. The goal is that females would progress and that males would progress as well. In case you're curious, sorry, I should have said this earlier, the 4 subgroups we don't have, if you're like just an inquiring mind, Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, we don't have the big subgroup, we don't have male Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, and we don't have female. So that's 3 subgroups that we don't have. And then we also don't have male American Indian Alaska Native. We don't have enough kids in that subgroup to count. So if you're just curious what 4 we don't have, it's those 4. So some more subgroup data. What you can see here are our 5 largest racial demographic subgroups that we have in Wichita Public Schools. And then the dark blue is all the males and females added together. The red is the males, and then the teal is the females. So you can see that there. You all can read what those numbers are, and I don't need to tell them to you, but in case you're curious, Hispanic males at 80.3% is the highest graduation rate Hispanic males has ever had in Wichita Public Schools. For white, the males and the females are all the highest they've ever been. Screen. For our Black African American students, all males and females are the highest they've ever been. For our multiracial students, I know multiracial is on that end, but for us, multiracial is actually our 4th largest racial demographic subgroup. All and males for multiracial are the highest graduation rates have ever been. And then for Asian male graduation rate is the highest that it's ever been. So each of the race demographic groups have at least one of the 3 that are the highest graduation rate they've ever been. So, okay. So now I just wanted to throw you a few more highlights. So we click some pop up. So free lunch. Free lunch is broken down into free lunch overall, free lunch males, and free lunch females. All 3 of those are the highest. Free lunch overall, free lunch males, and free lunch females are all the highest they've ever been. The overall free lunch category is 82.8%. And when you think about what you have to have or what you have to not have to qualify for free lunch, and the fact that 82.8% of our students that are on free lunch are graduating, that is an astronomical feat. And this is a big reason why our graduation rate continues to rise, is this number. So that's the highest ever been. Latona, we're ready for the next one. Thank you, ma'am. Reduced lunch. Our males, females, and the overall category at 90.6 are all the highest they've ever been in reduced lunch. And again, think about over 80% of our entire student population falls in one of those two buckets. It's huge for us. Latona, next one, please. Migrant, they don't separate migrant out into males and females. They're just one migrant category. Migrant at 87.5 is the highest migrant has ever been. Military, they don't separate it out into males and females either, but 89.4 is the highest our military subgroup has ever been. Virtual, they don't separate it out, just one subgroup. Virtual at 75.6 is the highest our graduation rate has ever been. And then students with disabilities. I saved this one for last. Yes, they do separate it out into male and female. Students with disabilities, male, female, and the overall category at 83.7 is the highest it's ever been. And the work that our student support services team is doing around students with disabilities and graduation rate is really second to none work. And Kansas had the highest students with disabilities graduation rate in the United States last year. Kansas doesn't have that honor without the Wichita Public Schools work that they're doing for that number to be that number. And all three of them, males, females, and students with disabilities as an overall category, is higher in 2025 than it was in 2024. These are all substantial marks and achievements for our kids. 24 of the 34 subgroups that we have the highest graduation rate they've ever had. So just over 70%, that's 70.5% of every subgroup we have had its highest graduation rate ever in 2025, which is really just incredible work. And we can do a picture of kids instead of a picture of numbers because that's more fun as I tell you some more things. So last year I focused on individual student stories. And this year I thought I'd pull some information from that staff gave us because none of those numbers that you see on the screen are those numbers without the hard work of kids, but also the hard work of staff. And so in asking the question, how did this happen? And it's not an accident. And so they were able to, so here are some of the responses when we asked for a narrative about the work that individual schools are doing to work on their graduation rate. So I'm going to read these off for you. We don't take a day off from looking at graduation numbers and planning how to provide opportunities for each student to earn their high school diploma. No days off. Next one. Teams of people are creating individual plans of studies with kids. Our entire staff is focused on this. So there's no days off and there's nobody that's not involved. And those are coming from completely different schools. Next one. Our student mentors keep data, find kids, and make so many home visits I've lost count. We are using school improvement grant money and at-risk money to fund high school student mentors at our high schools so that there are other people there to mentor and help kids believe in themselves maybe before the kid even believes in themselves. Next one, early identification of who needs support and then individual student conversations. It's not rocket science. It's hard work. The work is hard, but it's not hard to come up with what makes the work happen, is really, I think, what they're trying to say. A few more. We started a night program. It's made all the difference. We started a night program at Chester Lewis. Chester Lewis is an individual school. Their graduation rate went up by over 25%. We went from just over 50% of our students in the alternative setting graduating to over 77% of the students in alternative setting. That's unheard of in the alternative programming that Chester Lewis provides. And the last one, which might be my favorite, we're creating a space where students feel safe. Yes, physically safe, but I mean safe for students to be an active participant in their future. And that's really what the schools are trying to do and create. There was a presentation I did in September, I believe, where we talked a little bit about the class of 2025 survey data. And I want to connect some of that survey data with graduation rates, because the numbers are so big that sometimes it's hard to conceptualize exactly what we're talking about. So we give a survey to our seniors every year. In the class of 2025, right at 20% of them said they are the first in their family to graduate from high school. So if you take our graduates, that means 613 kids in Wichita, 613 families had a high school graduate for the very first time in the class of 2025. That's a mind-boggling number, 613. Then we also asked them, how many of you were the first in your family to enroll in a 4-year, a 2-year, or a technical or a trade school? And it's right about 40%. So if you translate that to actual kids and families, we have 1,225 students in school of post-secondary school right now who were in the class of 2025, and they are the first person in their family to take that step in their life. 1,200 kids. It's a huge number. A few more. There's 2,135 kids from class of 2025 that are enrolled in a post-secondary institution right now. There are 451 kids from the class of 2025 that are full-time employees right now. They took a full-time job right out of high school. There are 1,034 students that are enlisted and serving in our armed forces, the United States of America, that were from the class of 2025, which is amazing. And then last but not least, they tell us whether they're walking out of high school with a plan or they're not walking out of high school with a plan, or what does that look like. 89% of them said, I'm walking out with something more than a diploma. I'm walking out with the next step I'm going to take. That's 2,726 kids in the Wichita community that got a diploma and knew what they were going to do with that diploma when they were done. So I think that helps translate what can be kind of ambivalent, maybe numbers, and really puts human beings behind them, and understanding the scope of how important it is for us to continue to work on helping kids earn their high school diploma. Now, Stan, we got to talk about some things. We got to talk about why, when we were talking on Friday, Latona, ready for the next one, did I give you 2 different graduation rate numbers? And well, do we ever like to make anything easy? I don't think so. So now we have, in the state of Kansas, 2 graduation rate calculations. So let's talk about those. The first one is the federal graduation rate. That's the number that I gave you already. It is 85.1%. The federal graduation rate is what we've been using since 2009, what we will keep using. Okay? So if you want to compare apples to apples, the calculation, how you actually do the calculation is the same. You want to use federal. So that's why I used federal in what I presented to you earlier to compare to all of the other years. That's the calculation that we've been using for this entire time. Okay. Last spring, the Senate passed Senate Bill 45, which called for an additional graduation rate calculation, which will now be deemed the state graduation rate. Okay. What that state graduation rate allows us to do is take some kids out of the denominator from the federal graduation rate and recalculate. So there's 3 categories of kids that get to come out of the denominator in the state graduation rate that stay in the denominator in the federal graduation rate. So the first one are kids that go, they leave our system and they go to homeschool. So if Timmy's always the example, Amy, you're going to learn this. Timmy's always the example child, always. So if Timmy leaves West High and he goes to homeschool, Timmy stays in our federal graduation rate calculation and counts against our graduation rate in federal. In the new state calculation, Timmy gets to come out of that denominator. So he doesn't count against us anymore. So that's one category. The second category of kids that get to come out of the denominator in the state graduation rate are kids that transfer to non-accredited schools. So Timmy's with us. Timmy leaves and goes to collegiate. It doesn't matter if he graduates or doesn't graduate. Counts against us in federal. In the state graduation rate, Timmy will get removed from that denominator and not count against us. Yeah. And the third category is kids who are credit deficient when they enter your system can be removed from the denominator. With the definition of credit deficiency, meaning they have less than 75% of expected credits. So let me give you a good example. Right now, in the federal graduation rate, let's say Timmy was in the class of 2025. Timmy shows up at the beginning of his senior year and has 2 credits. Well, he hasn't even been here. He's been somewhere else. But he counts against us, even though we only had him for this little bit of time, because he didn't meet the criteria straight up, and he was with you. So Timmy would stay in the federal, but we get to take him out of the state graduation rate calculation. So there's 3 categories of kids that can get to come out. The first 2 categories of kids are pretty easy for us to capture because we have exit codes that tell us that's where those kids went. We have an exit code in our system that says these kids went to homeschool. We have an exit code in our system that said these kids went to a non-accredited school. So that was pretty easy for us to just upload to the state in the dropout graduation summary report and say, hey, all of these kids need to come out of the state because they went to homeschool, and all of these kids need to come out of the state calculation because they went to non-accredited public school. That part was easy. That part's simple. That's not complicated. That's not complicated. The complicated is the credit deficient one, because there are hundreds of kids that flow in and out of our system every year. And so we need a mechanism to capture that. So for the credit deficient, it's really going to take us 4 years before we're really actually good at capturing all that data, because we've developed a mechanism to start capturing that data, but starting capturing it today doesn't mean we caught it last year, or the year before, or the year before. So we really won't fully maximize the state graduation rate calculation until 4 years from now. So just to understand what the differences are, our state graduation rate for the class of 2025 was 86.3%. So we get an additional over 1% if we take really, we had a few that they came in the last year and we were able to say, yeah, they were credit deficient. Look, we have these, but most of that was just from homeschool and not accredited schools. 1% might not seem like a lot, 1.2%, but that's 35, 40 kids difference in a calculation rate. So it does it's only 1%, but because we have so many kids, that's actually a pretty big number of actual human beings. So just wanted to spend a little bit of time on the 2 graduation rate calculations, and because I can already hear it, right? Which graduation rate are we talking about? So we're going to keep using federal to kind of compare to previous years because it's really the only valid comparison. But each year going forward, you will see a federal graduation rate number and a state graduation rate number when we do our report. So how do we continue to make progress? One is we're going to rewrite a strategic plan with a new goal. That's one of them. That's a cheat. That's not on the screen, but that's one of them that we have to have. So a few things. One, the first one is an on track for graduation dashboard. I'm a huge nerd, and I say that with love in my heart. That's a term of endearment for me as a nerd. We've developed an on track for graduation dashboard that's been multiple years in the making. And what that does, it helps with early warning and monitoring of who is and isn't on track. Sometimes it's difficult in the student information system to get all the pieces of data that you need to track, to figure out, is this kid qualify for this program or not? Because you get your transcript from one place, and you get your current course schedule for one place, and you get your grades in class from a different place. What this dashboard does is it pulls all of those pieces of information together in one place, so that counselors and principals and assistant principals at any given moment in time, they can pull up Timmy, and they can see how Timmy's current class schedule, his current grades, and his transcript are indicating whether he is or isn't on track. So for example, if Timmy has an F in a class he needs to graduate right now, it will code him as off track and it will show, and it will tell you he's off track because he has an F in something he needs to graduate right now, but all the classes he needs in his schedule are there. He just needs to make sure he passes them, things like that. That's it. That is our high school principals gave a standing ovation to our research and intelligence department when we showed this to them, because the man hours that this saves, and hope has to be part of your strategy, but it can't be the only have. This allows us to not just hope that people are reviewing this important on a regular cadence, and allows us to create process and procedure around that dashboard. So that's the first one. The second one is advocacy graduation check-in. I was reading some things from the schools earlier, and there's no substitute for the human being, the human connection. It's part of goal number 2. So that helped, right? All of these things are woven together, but there is no substitute for a meaningful relationships with an impactful adult. I think all of us could probably stand up here and tell stories about who that was in our life. And the advocacy graduation check-in is a way to systematize that in a way that can go throughout all 13,000 high school kids we have at one time. So, and then last but not least, we talked about this in a previous presentation. I think it's worth bringing up. Every student future ready is part of building a future ready culture. I finished reading for the second time the book Grit by Angela Duckworth. It's one of my favorite books. It's one of my favorite adjectives to describe somebody over the weekend. And there's a part in there where they're talking about the best way to get better is to join a really good team. And at first you're like, well, duh, like you obviously just got better because you joined a good team. But then they start talking about, no, because you pick up the habits of the really good habits of the other people who are on that team. And so like when you're around gritty people, you get grittier, right? When you're around when you're in a future ready culture, the whole culture gets more future, all the people in it get more future ready. And so again, just hearkening back to the September presentation that we did, our CAP scores are going up. Our AP enrollment is going up. Our AP test scores are going up. Our concurrent and dual credit enrollment is going up. Our concurrent and dual credit hours earned going up. Our ACT scores going up. Our ACT work key scores going up. Our post-secondary assets going up. Tim's going to do a presentation in credentials in a minute. Sorry, Tim, guess what? It's going up. So he can maybe cut his presentation a little shorter. I'm not sure. But all of those things are going up in addition to graduation rate. That's part of building a future ready culture, is to get all of those things moving in the right direction. So thanks for letting me talk a little bit about the amazing work that our kids and staff are doing, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Before we jump in, the federal and the state, who decided that change in the state? I know you said it, but I just want to make sure everybody.
So it was a Senate bill.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a Senate bill that was passed, and then we weren't sure when it was going to become like, hey, there's going to be 2, until the dropout graduation summary report opened, and we were like, whoa, there's 2 different screens here. This must mean there's 2 now. So that was a surprise. Yeah.
Okay. Just what, if we get questions about why the difference, and we get things said about us that are politicized. So I want to make sure the people in Topeka decided that, not KSDE, not the State Board of Education. The legislature decided that. So my other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I think, Lauren, you did a great job of trying to quantify, because that's hard. So my first administrative job was out in Kingman, and class of 25 is bigger than Kingman. So our class of 25 would be the 90th biggest town in Kansas if it was a town. And we're going to have another class of 26 coming up, another Kingman coming out, which is why we're so dedicated to this work and doing it well and doing it right, because it's not only life-changing, it's trajectory changing. It's vitally important for all of us who live in the community, for those 3,000 kids to be ready for whatever it is, the future, right? For if it's job, it's career, it's military, whatever it is. And so great progress, continuing to work in a great direction. But this is a big darn deal that we get this right and that we have our kids ready. So it's exciting to see that we achieved our goal. I remember 1985. You probably don't remember 1985, but 85 was a great year. I'm glad we made the goal and we're past 85 now.
I won't tell you what I was in 1985.
Okay, I don't think our mics are still working. So if they are not, then
Oh, we do have some separate mics. Okay, knock.
Testing.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. So logistics wise and timeline wise, when are we thinking of revisiting the strategic plan specifically with goal 1? This spring. This spring. Okay. Second question. Can you speak more to at a board level, at a district level, at a higher level in general? What are some of those factors that we have to be very cognizant of in terms of the possibility of a backsliding when it comes to graduation rates?
Yeah. So one, I would say if we do have a backslide, I wouldn't say let's throw everything out. I think you're right. There's a kind of a natural ebb and a flow. But are you within kind of a reasonable range, right? If you're within a few percentage points of a percent in a year, right? That's healthy. But I think it's part of the organization helping you plateau when you don't give it the attention it needs anymore. And so I think the most dangerous thing we can do is say, check that box. We're going to move on to something else. I don't think it's a box that can ever be checked. And as long as we're still putting our energy and our attention to this graduation rate, we can continue to affect it. Now, will we jump as far as fast year over year? No, at some point that rate is going to slow and it's going to be unreasonable to expect 1% growth year over year. But I think what's exciting, like think about the data, we kind of like did something, plateaued and idled in a range for a little while, jumped, plateaued and idled in a range, jumped, plateaued and idled. I would love to say we're never going to plateau and idle again. That's probably unrealistic, despite what I would want to be true. But if we keep making that plateau higher and higher, and the time that we spend idling on that plateau shorter, then I think we have a healthy organization.
Yeah, and just I would piggyback on that and just say for those kids that weren't part of the 86.3%, for the 13.7, the probability that those kids have poor health outcomes and life outcomes is high. And I think we all know that, which is part of why this is a moral imperative that we get as many kids as we can with a diploma. Like this is it's a big deal, but there's more to it than just being a big deal. It really does change people's life in the long run. So, we're proud of the progress we've made. 13.7 is still too much. We want every single student to have what they need to be successful. But Lauren mentioned the subgroups. The same is true of you would know how the number of exit codes we have, but when we exit a student out of the system, we have to put a code in, and there's umpteen 70 some exit codes, and we use a lot of those exit codes. So we have kids that exit us for all sorts of reasons too. So the 13.7% needs to be smaller. Will it ever be zero? We have students who pass away. We have students who, are in foster care, run away, homeless, whatever. We have kids that just flat don't quite make it, but that number needs to be smaller, and we need to stay committed to making it so.
Thank you. And then the last question, can you speak more to the work that our district has done in ensuring the accuracy, the trustworthiness of our, graduation rates, and just, moving forward, what else we'll need to do?
Yeah, absolutely. So you all asked for a new board policy to be written, 6336, that talks about audit. So that went into effect in December. We've actually completed the external audit. So it's outside folks that come in and certify the work that we've done. It is not internal people that do that. They have certified our results for the class of 2025, that 85.1 and 86.3 is accurate and does match the student records that we have. Our work is really there on around data controls and where kind of the final approval lies for that, and taking it out of our individual buildings and putting it in a systematized kind of district review, which really comes through the secondary office for final approval for some of those pieces that have really rested in the building for a long, long time. We'd like to pull those out of there, create a digital trail of signatures and agreements of approval around some of those data controls. We have so many humans involved in the process that if we can narrow that scope, it makes the control of that data just so much easier and cleaner.
Thank you, Knock. Stan?
I appreciate the
I appreciate the clarification on the federal graduation rate in the state, because I knew I heard that 86. I thought I was going crazy Friday, from the workshop. So I appreciate that clarification.
Sorry, we made you think you were crazy for 3 days.
Yeah, that's okay. I wanted to kind of tie this graduation rate thing a little bit to the possibility of needing a bond election again, and our budget. It's we had to, and in this area of strategies for continued progress, we probably need another budget, another little button that says continual budget support. Because I was here in 2018 when it was in the 70s, and we had to make a significant change and a significant budget change to start moving to approach and to get that goal accomplished. The superintendent did a good job of explaining why we made that a goal of changing the trajectory of a lot of people's lives. We transferred, I forget the exact number, but we transferred, I forget how much money from the general fund this year into our budget for capital outlay, which includes maintenance. Our buildings when we say average buildings are 60 years old, that means we have buildings that are 100 years old. And then we also have buildings that it's almost cheaper, or it is cheaper to consolidate or to tear down versus a more efficient building where we can keep this momentum going. We cannot keep transferring money from the general fund we cannot keep transferring money out of capital outlay budget into our general fund in order to keep this momentum going. And I think if you want to keep the future ready culture going, then you're going to need innovative things in the budget. You're going to need more pilot programs to find out what's working, what's not working. And you're going to need the person, and this is people driven. This is people driven. The thing that brings up things about like the list we were just given tonight from one of the public speakers on our consent agenda. These are all public agenda. These are all public driven items that are needed to then create a classroom environment that then creates high graduation rates. So if we want to have this flexibility and innovate in the future, because even by the time the strategic plan is done in 5 years, it's going to be a different world in 5 years. And we're going to need flexibility in our budget in order to address those issues that we don't even know that are coming yet. So this is not just numbers. This is not just about, this is all tied together. And I just hope the public will understand that you can cherry pick a number. You can cherry pick a project, and you can say this and you say, but it is all tied together. And we go over this detail by detail, plan by plan. And if you want to look at the overall cost efficiency, the Wichita School District is the cheapest school district to live in this surrounding area. Our mill levy is 4 to 15 points lower than our good neighbors. And that didn't happen just by accident. That was also a strategic effort by the Board of Education to become cost efficient. And and we do put in a great deal of effort into maintenance in our buildings, and it still has allowed us to keep our mill levy level for the last 10 years. So I know there's times when there's going to seem like this seems a little off kilter at times, but it is all tied together, and the strategic plan is what is driving the budget process.
Thank you, Stan. Amy Jensen.
Thank you for your work. Sorry, I sound like a frog. I've been sick. what I heard when you were reading those narratives is our educators and our staff are building strong relationships with our students, and that is so important. And I want to thank them all for doing that hard work, because sometimes it's hard to build a relationship with a kid, and doing that has made a huge difference. So thank you to all of your folks for doing that work.
Thank you, Amy. Lauren, seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation. We always appreciate the numbers, and we know how hard you and your team work on the accuracy of those. So we appreciate your hard work. Thank you very much. Okay, Latona, next item.
Student success through industry recognized credentials.
Okay, we're going to welcome up Tim Hamlin and Holly Ingram.
While Isaiah is doing that, I want to make 3 comments. First, since Lauren mentioned me in her presentation, I would like to say I am not Timmy. Okay, so I'm not but in every meeting I get. And then my college athletic career certainly did not start out as fabulous as hers did. I think a 6'9" guy blocked my first shot, and it was horrible. But and then as far as this evening, this is fantastic. Usually I'm responsible and to blame for technology. Not tonight. Here we go. So, no, Isaiah's been doing a fantastic job, and he always does. So I appreciate that. So Tim Hamlin, Executive Director of College and Career Readiness. Happy to visit this evening, share a little bit about student success through the credentials that they earn in Wichita Public Schools. As I advance through here, prior to, there we go. So just before the winter break, I invited several to come and join me, kind of tour East High School. I wanted you to be able to see the programs, where these credentials these students earn, where those actually take place. So the pictures here are just similar to that. Those are not actually at East High, but those are some folks in our construction pathway. And at the bottom, those are kiddos in the culinary arts. So, all right. So I think it's important that we start or have a common definition of the term credential. So we use in our world simply the credential that the U.S. Department of Labor, the definition that uses. And as you can see that there, the real meat of it is the verification of an individual's qualification or competence issued by a third party. Now, in the world of CTE, you will often hear industry recognized credentials. So I thought it might be worth us taking a moment and just kind of look at the difference there. Basically, it's in that very first word. What the industry recognized credential recognizes, it's developed by the employer. It's still a third party. It's typically a assessment of their skills, but hopefully mastery. And they are also career focused. So with that credential, the industry recognized credential, you hope that the student or the individual is working their way towards some sort of an occupation or a career. And these can be extremely change the trajectory of students' lives big time. I do believe that you were given a handout, and it's actually displayed there on this slide. All I would like to say about that, in Wichita Public Schools, we offer over 60 credentials. The document that you have, it's a living document. It is not all inclusive. That can change from year to year, but that is there for you to peruse and have at your disposal. So rather than listening to me all night, I'm going to just share some statistics here, and then I'm going to have some folks that I asked to join me. But last year, we had, within Wichita Public Schools, students earned 4,419 unique industry recognized credentials, which is great. Where we are at this year, at this point, is 1,067. When you first look at that, you might think mid-year we should be right at half, 50%. No. Several of our credentials are not actually awarded until the spring semester, till the conclusion of the year-long course. So that kind of explains the discrepancy there. So that being said, like I said, I had invited a few folks. If you want to come on up, I'm going to have all 4 come up at one time. Rather than listening to me go on and on and on, I thought it would be nice to hear the perspective from a teacher, from our students, and then ultimately from an industry partner. they in fact are ultimately who hires our students on the other end. So to start, we're going to give the floor to Mrs. Shanna Zimmerman, who is an instructor at East High. So Shanna, have at it.
Good evening, President Albert, Superintendent Bielefeld, and members of the board. Thank you for having us today. I am really honored to be able to represent the work that our coolest teachers ever and students put in regarding industry credentials and earning certifications in classes across the district. Industry recognized certifications are an integral part of CTE programs. They elevate the relevance and rigor of the skills that students are being taught in the classroom. Some certifications offered are a required part of the course. Students must successfully complete the assessment to ensure that they're prepared to safely and confidently enter lab spaces. This is true for certifications like the Serve Safe Food Handlers certification for culinary students, the OSHA Safety certification for construction students, and the Foundations for Safe and Healthy Early Care Facilities for our early childhood students. Beyond ensuring safety in culinary, skilled trades, and early child labs, students are able to carry those certifications with them directly into entry-level positions in their respective industries. Several of our courses also offer certifications that align with their curriculum and serve as a culminating assessment, allowing students to showcase their skills. Computer certifications include Microsoft Office Specialist in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook, as well as Adobe certifications in Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign. We have even more certifications, including Serve Safe Management for culinary students and multiple NCCER certifications in construction. Students who earn these certificates gain tangible evidence of their learning and are better positioned to enter the workforce, to find internships, and to go on to college. Rather than give you information about individual exams, we wanted you to hear directly from some of the students in these programs. I have two students with me who have several certifications under their belts in multiple pathways. And we'll start with Kaden Jong, followed by Garish Sridhar.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kaden Yang. I greatly appreciate the chance to speak to you in front of the Board of Education about the certifications we get throughout our school. I'm a senior at Wichita East High School. The CTE courses that I'm a part of are carpentry, marketing, engineering, finance, and accounting. With my pathways, I want to pursue personal growth and learn successful skills later on in life, or just general knowledge that I want to learn or skills that will be useful for my future career. In my carpentry class, we prepare with NCCER, learning vocabulary, processes, and encouraging hands-on activities. We work with various tools and materials. This allows us to practice what we learn on paper and apply it to real-world experiences. For example, we learn basic safety, power tools, and building materials, which are things we use in the shop every single day. The skills I have gained help me gain confidence in my skills, knowing I have industry-level credentials and am capable of working on large-scale hands-on projects, talking with industry professionals, learning how to get internships, and use the skills on an actual job site. These skills translate into Skills USA, a student-led organization that helps develop our leadership, teamwork, and technical skills for success in our future career. We use these skills to participate in competitions to show what we know hands-on in a live competition. Next, I would like to learn within my class, building systems and electrical. Later on this year, we will get the chance to learn building systems and the different types of framing and what they're used for, what different benefits they provide. Talking with my teacher, Mr. Hazelwood over here, on the next steps to earning my electrical modules in class to see how it lines up with NCCR certifications. By the end of this year, I should qualify for my general carpentry license with all the courses and credentials that I earned, including NCCR Core and OSHA Basic in Safety. Now I'll pass it on to my fellow peer, Garish.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Garish Sridhar, and I'm a senior at East High School. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to sort of explain like the certifications that I've taken in my career at East. I've dabbled in a lot of different branches when it comes to certifications. The main ones that I have ended up focusing on have been computer science, along the Microsoft Office specialist certifications, and also through the programming certifications. I've also earned the basic SurfSafe certification, as well as a few engineering certifications, especially with Inventor. And these certifications have really come in very useful for me, mainly through two main factors that they have directly impacted me through. One of them has been the Microsoft Office national competition, as seen on the presentation. I was invited there this summer due to me being first in the state for Excel. It was a very interesting experience. And yeah, it was really only through these certifications that I got the opportunity to go out to Texas and sort of experience this for myself firsthand. Another thing that these certifications have directly contributed to me have been an internship. One of the main reasons that I landed an internship over the summer was because of my Microsoft Excel certification that I took in the junior year. And this really shaped my career, especially my future trajectory, as it really helped me involve myself in the professional sphere and learn a lot about how I can apply my skills in the real world. Currently, I'm trying to pursue future certifications through artificial intelligence and cybersecurity that are also offered in the computer science branch. And yeah, it's a very impactful experience, and I have found it very helpful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And next we have, joining us from Textron Industries, one of our industry partners, Michelle Gifford.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Michelle Gifford. I work in the Human Resources Department at Textron Aviation. Textron Aviation is the world's leading general aviation manufacturer, inspiring the journey of flight for nearly 100 years with our iconic Cessna and Beechcraft brands. We cannot do that and provide that journey of flight for our customers and that amazing customer experience without a talented workforce. K-12 is an integral part of that workforce. We invest in K-12 by providing experience and exposure. That happens via classroom presentations, tours, shadowing opportunities, and our paid high school internships, as well as a one-week summer externship for educators. A little bit of data to follow on to some presentations from earlier. So we host nearly 160 interns in the summer from the high school programs. In 2024, 38% of those came from USD 259. In 2025, that number was 48% and included 40 students from the Future Ready Center. We hired 23 students, and 78% of those students we hired out of that intern class were USD 259 students as well. So USD 259 is a very valuable partner and pipeline to the future of the aviation and advanced manufacturing workforce. Across the district and the Future Ready Centers, USD 259 provides key pathways that support important industries. These offer not only hands-on experience and exposure, but credentialing opportunities. These students are both great examples of the wide variety of things that these students get the opportunity to experience throughout their high school careers. You heard engineering, you heard finance, you heard computer science. They get to do all of that within the safety and comfort of USD 259, really helping them understand and make that future career choice. These are industry recognized career credentials, but beyond that, they provide work readiness and soft skills, whether the students realize that or not. They are learning soft skills along the way, which are very important out in the work world, as you all know. These credentials allow students to demonstrate their knowledge while also providing a bridge between education and employment, career exploration, and align their career goals with in-demand jobs. Textron Aviation will continue to partner with USD 259 and support a future-ready workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So as you can see, these are some outstanding young people, fabulous educator, and we so appreciate our industry partners. So that being said, Caden, you were in a red jacket in there. Why were you in a red jacket?
Come to the mic.
Go to the mic.
That was for my state officer position as Skills USA state president.
Wow.
Yeah. So right here, WPS. There you go.
So Tim, I have a question for Michelle, if you don't mind. I'll put you on the spot here. Garish, I know you guys employ all sorts of types of workers, HR, accountants, healthcare, all sorts of things. So Garish comes and applies, and he is certified in Microsoft Excel. Is that a bigger deal than a 1, 2, 3, or 4 on the state assessment to you? Or how do those weigh out? For
Yeah,
you?
I think, so when we hire our summer interns, just for a little bit of context, we hire them as employees. So they're going to go through a drug screen, a background test, go through that whole application process because we feel like that part of the process is very, very important for them to see this is what it's like to go get a job out in the big world. And so we do look at those credentials because they are going through, they bring us a resume and they go through a basic interview process. So it is a face-to-face on-site interview that we do. And so part of that then is looking at what are those credentials. We're asking them some basic questions, but again, we're looking for those communication skills and really that curiosity. And students that have achieved those credentials typically do score better in those areas just because of, again, that knowledge and confidence where they've been through maybe a few extra steps that other students haven't.
And do you guys use work keys still? Do you use that?
We
for
do.
some?
Yeah, we will accept work keys in lieu of high school diploma, but it is not a required test currently.
It's not. Okay.
For our positions.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Knock.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Shayna. Thank you, Michelle. And especially thank you to our two students. Kaden and Garish, I'm going to put you two guys on the spot here. I have two questions for you. Well, before that, Kaden, that picture is tough. Let me tell you, that picture is tough. And Garish, when we were doing the visit at East High, we literally saw so many of your certificates on the hallway. So it's nice to put a face to the name. So my two questions for you: what comes after high school for you guys? Have you figured that out yet? It's completely okay if you haven't. And then the second question: what advice would you have for our board and district leadership on how do we better support, if you will, applied learning and experiential learning?
For the first question, my future plans. Currently, I'm planning to go to a four-year university for computer science specifically, and then maybe pursue a master's in the same subject. After that, employment-wise, I'm hoping to look at a few internships while at college and figure things out from there. And as for the support, especially with credentials, I think one of the things that I noticed as a student going through the system and at East High is credentials are sort of a niche topic that isn't as broadcasted as I think they should be. I think they're so important and vital to the post-secondary asset and post high school career that I think they should be sort of put out there more and sort of emphasize what the benefits are. And I think that would be a really huge help to most students in general. Yep.
My plans after high school are going to a four-year university also. I hope to apply to be an engineer. I don't know what yet. I'm deciding between aerospace engineering and mechanical engineering right now. I believe for the pathways and how to support, you guys just have to have the word out about the credentials and how we apply to those classes and what classes give what credentials and how that can pursue or push you in your future careers.
Very good. Knock, do you have any more questions? Okay, very good. Amy Warren.
Knock actually he took some of my questions and also the comment. He said it better about your picture, Caden, than I did, but that is a pretty awesome picture. So I was wondering, because for instance, I've got boys that are coming up. What does it look like for a freshman going into high school, trying to consider credentials and look for it? Can you walk us through how you guys actually got connected with it? And Gresh, you had talked about getting the word out better. Do you have any specifics that you'd recommend for getting people engaged?
They're so polite.
I think when it comes to the word out and looking for courses with credentials, there's already some preliminary outreach, but I think the main concern is that it's at the teacher level. I think mostly it's teacher advocacy that's mainly supporting these certification programs. And I think that it should be more of a school-wide effort, because I think that these certifications should be more emphasized as post-secondary assets and emphasized as things you can actually achieve rather than a part of the class. It should be a whole separate like sort of advertisement that I just think isn't there yet. I don't know exactly how this would like occur, probably something with the like class enrollment, but I'm not sure exactly how you would implement it.
For me, I stumbled upon like my credentials on accident. I didn't even know we had like CTE courses that provided credentials. But once I joined my engineering class, I talked to the teachers of what classes I should take for the next year and next semester. They offered me some classes that would benefit me and what I would want in my career and how it would like benefit me. But when I was coming into high school, I didn't know like high school offered these credentials throughout these programs. So I feel like we should just go out to reach out to middle schools, talking about the programs and what it provided for us, especially as we went throughout the years, because most of them start from when you're a freshman and not mid-year as you grow.
Advice.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and they are the spokespeople, right? I mean, they are the ones to send out into the middle schools. So thank you very much for you guys stepping up, and also great job speaking in front of the board. I have no doubt that what you guys have been doing already is laying the groundwork for what you need after graduation. And thank you, Michelle and Shauna, so much.
Yeah, I was gonna throw it over to Tim. Do you want to talk about this focus on credentials is maybe relatively new, especially in the post-secondary asset world. It's definitely new. But do you want to talk about some of that?
Sure. For those that may recall, in Wichita Public Schools, 2 or 3 years ago, we had a program, Graduation Plus, where basically the whole premise there is just understanding there's more than just the lessons taught in the classroom that are going to transition and help students be career college ready. I love the fact that there are 2 young men here this evening. When you hear about career and technical education for many, many, many years, you were thinking those were the students that had no intention of going on to a 4-year university. And we have 2 outstanding young people here that have clearly embraced and immersed themselves in the career and technical education courses. And they see that those are going to transfer or translate into benefits in their university experience. So yeah, the credentials, they're outstanding and they're incredibly important. And I appreciate your remarks that they're not necessarily that well known through the teaching staff. And so that gives us a place to really start targeting who we can educate. So.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation tonight. I think one of the things that the public things can get lost is the different opportunities that are offered here in the Wichita Public Schools. And I just want to thank Caden and Gurish for coming, for exploring the opportunities within your high school. The board was able to be on a tour through East High. So we were right there in your stomping grounds, in your classrooms, seeing what's offered and seeing students explore these opportunities. I'm in the construction trades, and so I've been to Aaron's classroom often to see sawdust being made, to see blueprints out, and to see students learning electrical work, to see students learning how to set tile, to see students learning how to do real world things, and to have students that are excellent at computer technology. I think we all have to be pretty proficient in Excel, but to be the best is quite a marketable skill. And to be at that level at high school is just really remarkable. And so I just want to say thank you to all of our staff that have an imprint on students and an impact on them. And then also to our industry partners. So Michelle, Textron's near and dear to my heart. My husband's employed by you guys. You guys are great partners for us to not only give our high school students experience, but also to partner with us at the Manufacturing Future Ready Center. We're able to do more with great industry partners like Textron Aviation. And so thank you very much for everything that you guys do and the students that you support. So thank you guys very much.
I should mention it was very East Blue Aces heavy tonight.
It was.
that was by design. That's where we took our tour, and I figured that would kind of help you, those that were able to join us. So, but these programs are available district wide, and so it is not just something
students at the East High boundaries get to experience or are exposed to. So
Every high school has CTE programs.
absolutely.
So people can go on our website to see what programs are offered at which high schools, but all of the high schools have different CTE pathways that students can explore. So thank you guys very much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all that you do and how you represent Wichita Public Schools. Yeah. Okay, Latona, next item.
Facilities Master Plan and Listening Tour Presentation.
All right. While we transition, I'll give a little bit. I'm not going to steal any thunder because Dr. Noble and Mr. Alvarez have some good things to share. But we've been out. We've been out listening. We've been out talking to people. We've been out gathering feedback, and we have an update on that, along with some of our next steps as far as facilities go. So I'll hand it off to you guys. Take it away.
Well, good evening. Superintendent Bielefeld, President Albert, members of the board. I'm Gil Alvarez, Deputy Superintendent. Glad to be with you this evening. And my co-presenters with me, I have my colleague, Dr. Steve Noble. He is the Chief Operations Officer. Also, that's going to come to the podium a little bit later is Luke Newman, Division Director of Facilities, and Fabian Armendariz, Division Director of Logistics. We'll be sharing an update of our first semester school staff listening tour and our facility master plan. To provide context to our current facilities master planning efforts and our listening tour, I'd like to start by reviewing how we arrived to this point and our ongoing community engagement efforts. Our community engagement efforts did not begin during bond outreach in February of 2025. It has been ongoing since we began our strategic planning process in 2023. During our bond process last school year, we were provided feedback that our two-way communication needed to improve, and we agreed. In response to this feedback, we established other ways to communicate and engage our internal and external community members through the development of our Hispanic and African American advisory councils, our financial oversight committee, the community engagement survey participation, and our most recent building staff listening tour that you're going to hear more about today. So if on the slide, just wanted to briefly touch on each one of those specific events that had occurred since 2023, starting with that strategic planning process and how we actually continue to engage and our community had opportunities to participate in some of the listening sessions or surveys that had occurred. So the strategic planning, as you know, we had an advisory group, a pretty big one actually, back in 2023 when we were developing our mission, vision, shared beliefs, and goals for our strategic plan. We also had some opportunities for other surveys and listening to see what were those goals going to be, how do we want to update our strategic plan. And I do want to say this circle that you see on the screen is not necessarily chronological. These are just major events that have occurred. So, but I'm going to kind of take it going down around the actual circle itself. The next one was financial analysis. This was a detailed look on how the use of ESSER funds, but really the discontinuation of our ESSER funds, because when that occurred in particular, we had to decide what we're going to keep, what was working, and what we wanted to keep in our system, knowing that everything we put into it with our ESSER funds, we did not have the ultimate funding to keep everything, but we wanted to make sure we were keeping the things that were making the biggest impact. And we did reach out to our internal faculty and staff and heard that they wanted to keep a lot of our support staff, child study teams. They needed behavior interventionists or more social workers. And so we decided to keep a lot of those particular additions by using the ESSER funds. But in return, we had to look at what are we going to cut then in order to be able to keep that. So the whole closing of that gap, that budget gap that we had was something that we worked on as well. But that included some engagement with our internal staff members. The next one is the facilities master plan process. We used a lot when we're looking at our facilities master plan surveys and listening sessions in regards to what does this facilities master plan, what could it look like for our district as we were going for that bond issue in February of 2025. I'm going to go to the top right corner. The most challenging conversations that we had was the school closure process. As you know, we closed 6 buildings that were identified as closing during the end of the 23-24 school year. But having those open houses, having the conversations with the community, listening to their concerns in regards to those particular closings was another way that we engaged the community. The annual budget process, that is a state statute, it's a state law that every year that our buildings and our building principals, they engage their staff, building leadership teams, site councils, in order to look at what are the barriers to student success at their particular building. So they engage their staff to figure out ways and what resources can we provide or they ask for to provide to break down those particular barriers. So it's a needs assessment for each of the buildings they do each year. We start that. It's due in March, right before spring break. So that process will begin shortly, probably mid-January, as principals start to meet with their site councils, meet with their building leadership teams going into second semester, so they can be prepared to submit that needs assessment in March, right before spring break. And then, of course, the last one is the 2025 bond outreach process. The engagement that we pursue with our internal faculty and staff, as well as our external, but we did hear during that outreach that we could communicate better, and we agreed, is why we really decided to do the listening tour. So right in the middle of that circle, it says you are here. We also wanted to share what our journey was for our staff when we went to our building leadership, or excuse me, the building staff listening session. So this particular slide was also provided for the staff so they can also see the journey that we have taken. So the middle there is really our building staff listening session. So let's get into the actual building listening tour. We have two really purpose statements. One was to understand our journey, to provide context for our current facility planning efforts by reviewing how we arrived at this point, which was the slide I just presented to you. But the other big one was gathering staff feedback, to actively engage school staff in identifying facility needs and priorities that directly impact their ability to serve students effectively. We also want to ensure that their insights shape the development of building-specific improvements and district-wide strategies. So we felt that the information that we received from staff at these listening tours was very valuable in how even our facilities department is going to look at their capital improvement plans in the future as well. So the first one of the overview, the comprehensive staff feedback, we had an ambitious goal of 85 schools in 85 days. So we had three teams. Superintendent Bielefeld had a team, I had a team, and Dr. Noble also had a team. We kind of looked at each other saying, are we going to be able to get to all 85 schools when we started in September? But I'm proud to say that we did get to all the schools, and I can't be thankful to our administration, faculty, and staff, because some of them had to actually maybe move their day of their staff meetings from their normal day to another day just to accommodate. So we're very thankful for our administrators, faculty, and staff during these sessions. We did visit all 85 schools, talked with nearly 4,000 staff members, and 2,000 surveys were completed as part of this tour. And I'll give you a little bit more specific data here on the next slide. This report synthesizes feedback from staff across all school levels, highlighting key challenges and opportunities. The facility and instructional challenges, these were issues identified, or the issues that were identified include the HVAC problems. I'll get more in depth with these top challenges later on as well. HVAC problems, aging infrastructure, health, safety, and accessibility concerns affecting learning environments. The vision for ideal learning spaces, the third bullet point, the staff envisioned modern, flexible learning spaces with inclusive playgrounds, ADA compliance, and upgraded athletic and fine arts facilities, to name a few, and then commitment to transparency. The listening tour emphasized transparency and collaboration, ensuring staff voices shape the future district master planning and improvements. So let's start by looking at some data from the school staff listening tour specifically. So once again, do want to say thank you to our administrative faculty and staff for these visits. I know hearing from Superintendent Bielefeld as well as Dr. Noble, how much we appreciated the participation and engagement of our faculty and staff was huge. To get this type of feedback to allow us to help shape the capital planning, but also hear some of the improvements that were needed in the buildings specifically. So on the slide, I'm just going to focus on kind of the total, but you can see the breakdown from elementary, middle, K-8, high schools. In that light blue, the attendees, we had a total of 3,843 attendees. So we counted heads when we were at each of the buildings. And then the survey participants, we had 2,034 staff members, faculty and staff that participated in the survey out of the 3,843 that actually attended. So that was about a 53% survey participant rate that we had at our listening sessions. We also, we realized after the first couple of sessions that even though we were receiving data and getting well, actually, I do have to address the questions because one of our speakers earlier had talked about questions that were given ahead of time, which they were given ahead of time, but it wasn't given that's the only questions that staff could ask. Those were questions to begin the thought process on what we were going to do or what we were going to ask them when we get there. It was prompting their thinking. We wanted them to have their prior knowledge, get their experiences of their own buildings. So some of those questions were just to prep them for what was to come, not that was the only questions that they were going to be asked in particular. So I wanted to make that clear. So the quick fix, we realized that there were some things that staff were providing us as feedback. We did listen because because of that, we created a quick fix data document. It was an Excel spreadsheet. And I wanted to kind of share some of those quick fixes. We realized that there were some requests for feedback that we felt that could be addressed sooner or later, is why we created this. We identified 42 quick fixes that either had been completed or are currently being looked into in particular. So I want to provide just two examples of those quick fixes from Beach and Curtis. At the beginning of the year, we went to Beach Elementary, and we heard that they needed to remove some excess clutter in their gym. So, and their gym is also a space that they use to help with their cafeteria. So if there's excess clutter from the summertime, meaning excess furniture, excess equipment, they were not able to use their entire gym. Well, since they told us that, within that week, at the end of that week, all that excess furniture was taken away. That was an example of a response to what we heard specifically from the staff at Beach. Another example was Curtis. They shared at their facilities or their listening tour about some potholes that they have been requesting to be filled. And that has been completed as of December 3rd as well. So there's a lot of those kinds of stories. There's also ones that we need to get more information because there was a lot of them that were talking about specific classrooms, specific hallways. So we need to get more specific information to be able to follow up. Also, some of those have been turned over to our facilities department to be able to be completed. But we're happy and excited to be able to accommodate some of those what we call quick fixes for our staff. So what did we learn? Our top facilities challenges in particular. So on this graph, on the y-axis is the issue category. The x-axis is the horizontal line, is the percent of schools that reported that being a concern in particular. So I know it's kind of small up on the screen, so I'm just going to share what those graphs are. At the very top was HVAC systems issues. That was 78% of our staff reporting that there was some type of HVAC system issue. The next one is roof leaks at 65%. Plumbing problems, 52%. Electrical issues, 48%. Flooring damage, 43%. Window repair, 38%. And then paint and wall damage at 32%. Those were just our top specific challenges, but those weren't the only ones that we got. So I'm going to share some additional general feedback as well. But just from this particular data, HVAC and climate control was the biggest concern, and we heard this across the district. Facilities suffer from inconsistent heating and cooling, noisy AC units, and poor air quality, specifically mold that we heard from staff, are major issues affecting comfort in schools and ability to teach and learn. And then, of course, aging infrastructure, leaky roofs, plumbing problems, electrical issues, which includes insufficient electrical outlets, which wasn't surprising because when our buildings are built in the 50s or older, they weren't built for a lot of technology use. So the need for extra outlets was something that we heard from our faculty and staff. Outdated lighting, worn, aging flooring, and old carpet undermine school comfort and pride. So some of the additional feedback that we heard, and these were not necessarily the top challenges. However, we did hear these from specific levels of our system. So whether some of these may have come from elementary, some could have came from K-8s, high school, and vice versa. But one of those was the small, non-flexible classrooms. Many classrooms are designed for smaller groupings or desks and rows, and now lack space for group activities, centers, and collaboration, which are 21st century learning skills. We also heard about multi-use gymnasium and cafeteria issues, and you hear this as gym cafetoriums, where you're sharing the space as a gym, you're sharing the space with a cafeteria, you're also sharing the space with auditorium. So that combined gym and cafeteria spaces limit scheduling flexibility. So a lot of grade levels cannot use the gym during the lunch times. Sometimes when you're setting up for lunch or when you're tearing down and cleaning up for lunch causes times that students can't be in the gym either, or makes them wait before they can actually use that facility. Traffic flow and common areas, improved traffic flow at drop-off and pickup locations, and expanded common areas. If you think of drop-off and pickup, if you've ever driven down Oliver during some of our elementary, specifically Adams, but you talk about Crystal McAuliffe Academy, if you've been there, can be difficult as well as East and Griffith. Those are just to name a few that have some traffic flow concerns. And then in the high school, we heard from athletic facilities needs. These facilities, especially some practice fields, require some upgrades. It was what we heard from some high schools. And then health, safety, and accessibility concerns. Everyone was thankful for the secure entrances that they have for the safety concerns, but there were some additional ones like non-ADA compliance issues that hinder equitable access to learning and safety, including having accessible playgrounds. So that was really heavily shared at our elementary sites. Also, the poor air quality, like mold on vents, carpet, furniture, and walls, posed health risk, according to our staff as well. So in summary, our facility challenges identified, systemic issues include HVAC, reliability, space adequacy, infrastructure integrity, technology readiness, and safety compliance, and reimagining learning spaces, flexible classrooms, inclusive and accessible play areas, and specialized STEM and fine arts space promote engaging education. These were some of the things that we heard as we asked some futuristic or visionary type of questions from our faculty and staff as well. We also learned a few things that weren't facilities related that are important to highlight. And I think we heard this also from some of our speakers, including UTW. It's workload concerns, staff supports, and resources. This is why we need ongoing staff engagement. So I know we also heard that we only go every once in a while when we need something, but the ongoing staff is going to be something that we do as we continue our listening session going into second semester.
Yeah, and I think this would be a good time for me to chime in too, because I think it's pretty relevant to what Gil just said. I think, and you guys, the three of us went to all the schools and talked to all the people. And it was great. It was professional, it was collaborative. I think it was time well spent. But we have goals as a district that we're trying to achieve. And so we were going to get feedback about those goals. The building needs assessment that we do every year. We don't just ask them, what color do you want the drapes? We aren't looking for whatever feedback they want to give us about anything. We have a goal about graduation rate. What do we need to do to achieve that goal? That's the kind of questions we ask, and we do listen. I don't think we'd be at 85.1% if we just sat around, Lauren and I, in a room and said, what do you think we should do? I don't know, let's do this. We listen. When they say we need senior liaisons, we need mentoring, we invested in that. You invested in that. That's moved the needle. When we said, hey, we've got this idea about night school, y'all invested in that. We put money, we've been strategic about the feedback from the principals. So it isn't just wide open feedback about whatever. It's, these are the goals. What do we need to do to help achieve those goals? Now, resources are limited. We can't say yes to everybody. But I would contend that if you've been in a kindergarten classroom and the carpet is super gross and dirty, that does impact the learning and the outcomes and what we can do in the classroom. If you don't have an area of the classroom that's waterproof, so to speak, with tile on it, and we're losing instructional time because we don't have a sink, or we're having to clean up spills, or whatever that is, those are relevant things. And just to be completely honest, we're behind. Our district is behind on the facilities. I think as you go into our buildings, and hearing our teachers talk, there's genuine needs out there. So yes, this was a targeted listening tour. It was about specific questions and about specific things so that we can achieve our goals. It wasn't open mic night for anybody to just say whatever. Now, we did hear feedback about workload, because workload is tied to facilities. We heard feedback about behavior, because if you don't have a spot for a kid to regulate that's safe, that is disruptive to the classroom, or can be, at least if your hallway is not the right size. If you don't have restrooms in every pre-K and every kindergarten classroom, or sinks, and you're sending kids out to wash their hands, like, those things are legitimate concerns for achieving our ultimate goals. But that's what this is all about. This is about meeting the strategic plan goals. We're making great progress on that. And the way that we continue to do that is by talking to the people that know. We could do a community survey about leaky roofs, but we don't know they know. The teachers are there, right? They're the ones that put the trash can under the leak. They're the ones that have to deal with it. They know better than we do. So I think it's imperative that we really take this feedback to heart and use it to move forward and really motivate us to make good decisions about it. So I know we're not done, but I think this is a good time to tie a bow on the feedback part, and then we can move on to the next part. So
Thank you for sharing that. Because one of the things also we heard from our staff was, when we shared our projects that we had listed for them, we wanted to know, are these the right projects? Is it the right priority of projects? And we did hear a lot of them were, after they're listening and after they're giving us feedback, the projects actually aligned with what they said some of the concerns were. But some schools also said, hey, we'd rather you spend it on this roof issue or this HVAC issue than painting or flooring. So we heard that those differences, and I know Luke and his team are looking at that feedback as well too, when they create and finalize the capital improvement plan, that those types of changes will be there, because we want to make sure that we are meeting the needs of what they actually need and want. So that was really good. So much of our additional feedback though was personnel related. So our Chief Human Resource Officer, Stephen Christian, is engaging his team on a second semester feedback tour with staff around staff supports. This will look similar to our listening sessions we conducted first semester. However, the topics, we're going to close the loop on our facilities needs part, meaning share what we've learned. We've also sent back to the staff their themes that came about from the feedback. So each school has received an email from their listening session that tells them, this is what you said. And then we're going to close that loop on the second semester listening session to that, and then move on to the next topic. So that's kind of the cadence that we're wanting to do. So we're excited and looking forward to ongoing engagement with our staff in 2026. We were also asked what the district is doing to combat the drop in enrollment. While this is a nationwide trend due to a decline in birth rates across the country, including here in Kansas and Wichita, we would like to discuss further with the board and possibly the community at a later date. We're not asking you to have this conversation today, where we want to be as a district. Are we okay with projections that Wichita Public Schools will have approximately 40,000 students by 2033 to 34 school year, and re-envision our district on how to best serve those particular students? Or do we want to discuss ways to combat this decline? So that's just a thought that I wanted to put out there as some future conversations that we probably need to have conversations around, because that will determine where the finances or budget goes into, and then what strategies we need to deploy in order to help our district continue to move forward with the momentum that we currently have. So I'm going to stop there for questions, because I know that was a lot of information. So I just wanted to see, before we get into some of the facilities needs part or the facilities master plan. So I'll just pause there to see if there's any specific questions around the staff listening tour.
Amy Warren.
I was listening so intently, I didn't raise my hand on the computer. So with the listening tour part, and now you're going into the personnel issues and addressing staff workload, what are you guys doing then so that becomes like a sustainable practice, and it's something that year to year just continues?
I think what we learned was how valuable the feedback that we received. So I think that's the reason why we want to do another one second semester and just use this model as we continue, where even if we talk about the staff workload, that then the semester after that, we would close that loop and then start another topic. So we feel that we did a good job of doing the feedback and listening. We want to make sure we maintain that particular cadence as we move through each year, possibly even each semester, really, on what that topic will look like. Now, one thing I forgot to say is we're going to do more than just the 3 teams, because the 3 teams was very challenging to make sure we met, but we had a lot more time. Second semester, we're not going to start till February, so it'll be February, March, and April. So we've added 13 teams that will be going out providing some of the listening sessions to get the feedback from staff.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think listening to how you guys tried to pay attention to incorporating their goals and align and use that as a heavier weight to align what our goals are, because that way we get informed and know that we're going in the right direction. I appreciate you guys starting that over again and creating some more feedback loops. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions.
All right.
Continue.
All right. Well, I'll turn it over now to Luke, who will share about our district facility needs. Luke?
All right. Good evening. My name is Luke Newman. I'm the Director of Facilities, and my portion of this presentation will be short, but hopefully sweet. So I'd like to start by simply saying that our facilities needs are not going away. The average age of our buildings is 61 years old across the district, which is reflected in our large-scale maintenance needs and FCI data. As this board is well aware, we use a measurement called Facility Condition Index, FCI for short, to evaluate the large-scale maintenance needs that exist in our schools, which positions us to project future budget needs and long-term viability of our buildings. Generally speaking, you want to keep your FCI below 0.45 as a best practice. And that's because the closer the value gets to 1, the more it negatively impacts building occupant experience and the more your return on investment diminishes. So I want to use exterior enclosures as an example of what I mean by that. If you think about the exterior facade, brick, blockwork of a building, at year 15 in a newer building, you want to seal that exterior block or brick in order to preserve that, the exterior enclosure. You're going to seal it up to prevent water from getting in, and you might have to do a little bit of mortar repair here and there, but it's going to be pretty minimal. It's really just going to be strictly to that ceiling that you're going to take care of. At year 30, 40 in that same building, as it starts to get older, you're going to start to run into more systemic issues. So you still need to do that sealing to keep the water from continuing to get into that block. But you're also going to run into probably a lot of mortar that started to deteriorate over time. So you're going to have to saw cut some of those joints. You're going to have to tuck point and remortar those joints. You might have to pull out sections of brick and block and then put in new brick and block in order to maintain and preserve the exterior facade. And then you'll still need to go back and reseal that whole exterior enclosure. So it gets more expensive to maintain something like that. That's just one example. Another great example would be a roof. You have a roof at year 20 that you replace. A lot of times you can just get away with replacing the membrane of the roof, and you can leave the insulation, you can leave the roof decking. But at year 40 of that same roof, your roof decking is probably starting to rust. You probably have saturated insulation beneath the membrane. And so again, that roof is going to cost you a lot more in an older building than it will in a newer building. Older buildings just get more expensive to take care of. So as of January of this year, our average building FCI for the district is up to 0.59. So when looking through the lens of how that translates to student experience, 68% of our Wichita Public Schools students are attending schools with an FCI value over the 0.45 maximum best practice value for FCI. So simply put, our buildings are becoming more and more costly to maintain, but more importantly, these compounding facilities needs are presenting compounding challenges to our learning environments, which our students and staff are experiencing as a result. The recent structural challenges at Chester Lewis present a great example of the kind of things that our students and staff have to deal with because of these aging facilities that present those challenges. I take great pride in the tremendous effort we have made to maintain our facilities, but it can't be sustained forever. So in closing, at least from my part, there's a need to take swift and bold action before it's too late regarding our facilities. So I don't know if you want me to pause and take any questions before I move on, but okay. Thank you.
I have one real quick question. Well, no, I'm sorry, you haven't gotten to that part yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Luke. Welcome, Fabian.
Good evening, all. I apologize. I am apparently becoming my parents, and I couldn't. When it comes to technology, so I couldn't get things printed out. So that's why you see all this. They're in Mexico, so they're good. They're not going to find out. As we talk about enrollment, I think the first piece that we really wanted to talk about is really our enrollment declines. As you all see in the chart in front of you, and this is a chart that we presented to you after official enrollment this year, we are experiencing enrollment declines really starting back to the mid 2010s. So just some numbers in 2018, and as you see the two charts that you see in front of you, or the chart that you see in front of you, the red number represents the published number. That is all of the students enrolled that are in our rosters in the system. The green number represents our K-12 enrollment. So it doesn't include pre-K, and it doesn't include some of our like learning center students and some of the students that don't necessarily attend our schools in a traditional fashion. So often they don't impact some of our boundary decisions and all of that. And so because of that, again, I wanted to give you two clear numbers. Our projections that we've done by our consultants are based on the green number, because those are the kids that are impacted by the decisions that we make day in and day out, from boundaries to all of those pieces. So in 2018, which is the first year that we have included in this chart, we were over 50,000 students total. That's your red number. About 47,000 K-12 students. Fast forward to 2025, and that number is 45,075, which you've all seen, and about 42,409 is the green number. Now, we took the projections that some of our consultants had given us over the last couple of years. We added an error factor, and we projected all the way out to 2032, just to give you an idea of where we anticipate being. And if the projections that we were given and all the factors were to hold, we would be looking at just over 41,000 students for the red line and about 39,000 students for the green number, K-12. By 2032. So again, those are significant declines that are expected. A couple of things that I want to clarify as a part of that is enrollment declines are not unique to the Wichita Public Schools. When you talk to any colleagues across the country and across the state, every single large urban school district and a lot of districts in the state are dealing with enrollment declines. And those enrollment declines deal with a variety of factors, but the primary one that I would point to is birth rates. And when you look at birth rates, families just aren't having as many kids as they were having a few years ago. I look back at information provided by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. This is a chart that I shared with you earlier in the year, but the birth rate between 2007 and 2009 was 17.1, which was sort of the peak, the high period. Fast forward that to 2021 to 2023, and we are looking at 12.5 birth rates per 1,000 people. That's a decline of 27% in the birth rates for Sedgwick County that we're experiencing in this community. So again, our enrollment trends in many ways trend along with that birth rate factor that we're seeing. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. So again, reasons or considerations for building closures. And these are the primary factors, but it's not an all-inclusive list. There are other factors that are also not included in this list. The first one is a high FCI score. Again, our building conditions and the investment in our buildings is an important part of that. And again, Luke just mentioned the number of students. What is it? 68% of our students that are attending schools with high FCI scores. The second piece is a low utilization rate. And the utilization rate basically is factored by taking the overall school enrollment and divided by the capacity. And that capacity number is based on average a 22 to 24 student per classroom number. So again, it's not taking a whole bunch of students and packing them into large classrooms, it's 22 to 24 is the average factor or the average classroom that we're looking at, depending on the grade level and the class size. So again, that's what we're talking about, utilization factor, is that particular piece. Now, it's no secret to many of you that we have a lot of buildings that have empty classrooms or classrooms that are being used for purposes other than learning because of the enrollment declines that we've experienced. And so again, so when you see that utilization rate, a low utilization rate means that, again, we're seeing empty classrooms or class sizes that could potentially be lower than that 22 to 24 target range that we're looking at. Enrollment declines or low enrollment. And again, we look at trends by building, by area, and looking at sort of what the enrollment is doing in each one of our areas. When it comes to magnet schools, and this was a decision that we made last time, pure magnets don't have boundaries. So in the closure of those buildings, those kids can be absorbed by their neighborhood schools oftentimes, or like magnet themed programs that can also support the kids in that type of learning or that type of an academic setting that parents choose. Proximity to or capacity to nearby schools. Again, we want to minimize impact to students. So oftentimes, and again, when you look at a lot of our schools, and Superintendent Bielefeld speaks to this often, there are areas of our city that have several schools that are within 1 mile to 2.5 miles of each other. And so can we consolidate, knowing that there's less kids in those neighborhoods so that we're able to still serve students, but we're not busing them across town, which we know is an impact of sort of shrinking. Ability to staff schools at appropriate levels. And this one's become a bigger deal in recent years when we're seeing less people going into education. If I had some anecdotal feedback from our last round of closures, has been from those principals that have received staff members from those closing buildings. Many of them had vacant positions in students that had been served by long-term subs for in some instances years. And through those closures, they were able to hire highly qualified teachers that were then able to serve those students. Impact on students, neighborhoods, and the district. And again, we want to mitigate impact to the students. We look at all of that as we're doing closures, including sort of the grandfathering options, and also, again, making sure that the walk path to school and all of those pieces are within policies and what we feel is acceptable. As far as neighborhood goes, really we want to look at the neighborhoods and the school and the facilities. And some of that really has to deal with closing buildings. Do we have plans for those closing buildings in those neighborhoods? Do we close? Can we convert them into something else? Is a surrounding community interested in those facilities for another purpose or another reason? And largely, again, overall, the district. And really balance and consistency in resources is the last one. As you looked at the charts, you saw that the enrollment declines obviously impact every element. And if we continue to operate the same number of schools, if you look the difference between 2018 and now, we're serving 5,000 less kids. So that means that we're stretching every single resource from staff to some of our financial resources and splitting them up amongst everybody else when we know that what's coming in our enrollment isn't bringing in the FTE funding to support everything. Again, the other pieces, when we talk about that balance and consistency in resources, deals with the human capital, even child study teams. For a lot of our smaller schools, they don't have full child study teams because, again, we don't have a lot of kids in those buildings to serve. And so being able to right size our buildings to the point where every building has an assistant principal and every building would have a full-time child study team would certainly create consistency in the resources that we offer and that we provide our schools. Last slide. So again, the last piece that I want to mention is the Wichita Public Schools is the largest school district in the state. We all know that. When you look at the charts in terms of enrollment, we're at the height. But a chart that was provided by Cooperative Strategies through the last round was really that even though we are the largest in the state, our school sizes are small. And so our kids aren't getting a big district, big, large school experience. Because again, a lot of our school enrollment numbers are so low that we rank amongst the lowest 10% when it comes to school enrollment. And obviously that shows with the number of 200, 300 kid schools that we have in some instances. But again, that impedes our ability to be able to sort of be able to put the resources out there that a lot of our schools need, that equity piece. And finally, again, our utilization rate as an entire system is sitting at 69.15% as of this year. And so again, so that tells you that we have a lot of empty space in a lot of our facilities, in a lot of our buildings. And when you look at industry, regardless of what industry you're in, when you've lost 10% of whatever services you provide, obviously you need to start strategizing and looking at what we need to do in order for us to be able for those customers, those students that we continue to support, to make sure that we have the right resources to be able to properly serve them. And that's really sort of where we're at in this moment in time, is really, again, when you look even from last year to this year, the decline that we had, just traditional elementary level, we lost 545 elementary students, 331 middle school students, and 313 high school students. Again, those numbers are significant in the grand scheme of it all. When our average elementary school as of this year is about 390 students, that's an entire school that we lost just at the elementary level alone. So just another consideration. Any questions as you look at this data?
Stan.
Thank you.
Oh, Amy Warren. It takes a minute, and the technology.
I'm just not, I'm not quick with, I mean, I'm quick with this hand. I'm not quick with this hand.
With old school.
Yeah. I really appreciate, Fabian, the questions that you answered, because some of those are ones that have been bouncing around in my head. And so can you go back to and talk about when we think through the impact on students and neighborhoods and districts? One of the things that comes to mind is impact on neighborhoods. How are we determining what an impact on a neighborhood is? Who's saying this is how a neighborhood's impacted? And then through the cycle of things, neighborhoods turn over. How do we address the fact that how a neighborhood is right now, how many kids are there, could be very different from even 5, 10 years down the road? Granted, I definitely understand the metrics and what comes along with birth rate decline, and that is a real concern. But can you kind of speak to who is dictating and what those terms are for impact on the neighborhood?
As far as impact on neighborhood, I think we're sort of assessing as we look at our schools in terms of where we believe sort of growth is occurring, and also looking at what is around those neighborhoods. So those are discussions that we have often. Again, as we look at even potential closures, we look at sort of where those buildings are, and what we're looking at, what other options or what could be uses could be for that particular building. Are there some nonprofits that could potentially go in there? Is there interest in some of those facilities? And in some instances, and we started some of this, is also having discussions with some of the community to talk about sort of where we would go with some of that. As far as your question about neighborhoods turn, when contractors or when our consultants do these projections, they look at a variety of pieces, including, again, birth rates as they go in that building, the number of school-age children that they are, the average size of household, even the average size of the houses that are located within that neighborhood, to see if they could potentially give or there could be more families that could move into the neighborhood. So those are pieces that we sort of look at as we analyze sort of those projections. So there's a lot of factors that go in that sort of help look at that. As we looked at the map, they provided some heat maps in terms of where they expect the growth to happen, and that's data that we looked at when we were looking at closures. Was this is a neighborhood that may have low enrollment, but that's where the growth is expected to occur, then in a lot of instances, we have to really look elsewhere in some instances.
Yeah, and I would throw out there's the controllable factors and the uncontrollable factors, right? Immigration policy over the past 6 years has been all over the place, completely outside of our control. And that impacts our enrollment quite a bit, from refugee families to immigrants to migrants, et cetera. The larger Wichita economy is a factor of an industry coming, an industry going, those sorts of things. And then I think what Gil was talking about was the controllables. What are the things that we might be able to do as a district to be strategic, to appeal to parents, to appeal to community and industry, to make sure we're meeting the community's needs. So I think that's a part of the conversation too. I think the neighborhood question is specifically challenging. We recently were reviewing a document that recorded all of the schools in the district in 1950, and then an update every year since. So of the 42 elementary schools that existed in Wichita schools in 1950, only 16 of those are still schools today. So, and 4 of those buildings we've repurposed. Chisholm and Emerson is now Gateway. So we've used some of them, but only 20 of those buildings do we still own. There was a point in time in 1970 where we had 92 elementary schools in Wichita Public Schools. And you can see the baby boom. We built 4 high schools in 8 years in our district, which is bananas. I mean, that is just a wild thing to think about. So community evolves, community changes, and I think we do the best we can. Even, those demographic heat maps were probably from 23, 24, if I'm remembering right. Now we're heading into 26, 27. So they're probably a little bit dated. We're going to try to have the best information we can to make the best decisions that we can. But it isn't a perfect science. And I mean, of the 8 factors that you listed, there's probably even a few more that we take into consideration when we make these hard decisions. So,
I still have another question. I appreciated that you clarified the utilization rate and the student class size, because that's something too that comes up with, if we're moving students around, are we going to then be pushing to the 30 student class size, which we know is not great for education. So it'd be, backpedaling as far as what we want for student achievement. Let's see, when we're looking at the second bullet point that's up there, and that we rank in the lowest 10% of districts, where do we want to be? Educate me on that. I don't know where do we want to be?
And I think that's, look at the superintendent. I think
that is my last question.
That is really, I mean, from my perspective, for us really to decide. Again, to me, again, knowing that we're the largest, our kids aren't getting a large school experience, and creating a system where we can redistribute our resources accordingly. So every school has a child study team. I think, again, from my perspective, is where we want to be, is for every kid to be able to have those opportunities to be able to properly serve in the building that they're in.
Yeah, I think that's the board visionary type question, that we need answered from you all. Resources are fixed to some extent. And so, could we have schools of 200 with class sizes of 12, with a full child study team? Sure, maybe we could, but then we would have to not do a whole gamut of other things. And so that's the challenge that I think that we're faced with, is balancing all of this. I do think this is critically important, and it hasn't been missaid tonight, but I just want to make sure we're clear that a larger school size does not mean larger class size. Those are 2 different things. Currently, we have classes, a kindergarten class with 10 students, and we have a kindergarten class with 25 students. And one of the questions for you all is, are you okay with that? Do we want to fix that and right size that? Because we know that there's equity issues when it comes to that. And so that's some of the balance. And that's never a perfect science in our district. I mean, there's always, our students are so mobile, and there's just kids in and out all the time. So it's never quite perfect, but we believe it probably should be more equitable than what it is. But a bigger school, like a 3 or 4 section school, when we talk about sections, that's 3 or 4 first grade teachers, 3 or 4 second grade teachers. That does not mean that class size is bigger. It actually means there's probably more of a chance to spread those students out to create an equitable class size and absorb some of that in and out that comes with transient students than it is in a small school. I know some of our smaller schools that get right on that cusp of a 32, or a 30 in a grade level. It's really hard to make a decision. It's too big for one teacher, but fairly small for 2 teachers, and we just have to make those decisions. And again, it's never a perfect science, but we try to make it as consistent of an educational experience as we want, or as we hope to have. Because we feel like every parent in the district deserves that, regardless of your zip code, regardless of which quadrant you're in. You deserve to have a highly qualified teacher with a decent class size that's well ventilated and well lit, has natural light, and all of that. And that really should be universal for every kid and every parent. So I don't know if that answered your question, but yeah.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Amy Jensen.
This week, we heard from some of our school nurses concerns about traveling, not being in one school. There are days where there's not a school nurse in the building. And I think right-sizing the buildings would help that situation. School nurse needs to be in every building, and the faster we can move in that direction, I feel like that's our best plan.
Thank you, Amy. I do want to make one slight adjustment, because I think when Fabian, you say our students don't get that large district feel, I think I probably felt some people in this room bristle a little bit, because they're thinking cramming a bunch of kids into one classroom, and they're thinking larger classrooms. So I just want to clarify. I know what you're saying, but you're not saying put more kids in the classroom necessarily. We want to keep the classrooms fair across the district. And we're trying to figure that out. And it's kind of a messy and sticky process. So I just want to make that clarification for people that are listening to this right now, that it's not to have this massive amount of kids in one classroom. That's not what we're talking about.
No, and again, even the capacity figures were not made again with that, 30 beyond class sizes. So again, just because a building has a higher utilization rate, it doesn't mean that that those kids are sitting in 35 student classrooms. That is not the case at all. Again, that utilization rate was built with that 22 to 24 target. Doesn't mean that it's always that way. It will never sort of be that way, but that is where we're at. Again, really the reality is we have quite a few schools with empty classrooms. Filling those up would increase enrollment without increasing your student to teacher ratio.
Right. I think when you were saying a large district feel, you're talking about the child study teams. You're talking about the nurses in the buildings.
Pieces.
You're talking about each school having those types of pieces. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
And thank you for highlighting that.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I should even put you on the spot by asking this, but I think I know the answer. Primarily, we're talking about elementaries. I mean, that's really what this discussion has been about. Not necessarily middles and high schools. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay,
Yes.
Those are the examples I've been using. So I just wanted to also clarify that the 10% and the capacity is a district utilization rate. So that is K-12. But really, this last 5 minutes of discussion was mostly about elementaries.
Okay, Stan.
I just wanted to ask her. Yeah, sorry. That's good. I just wanted to clarify too. There's some confusion about the school closing consideration equals facility master plan. This presentation, I think, makes it clear that the school closure process is just a portion of the facility master plan. Is that correct? Because, I mean, the other parts is utilization, neighborhood considerations, demographics for now and the future. The closure process is just a portion of the facility master plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, see no further questions. Gentlemen?
Thank you. So circling back, we were intentional about presenting this in the way that we did by bringing several of us together, because when things come to the board level like this is clearly an adaptive challenge that we're facing. This is not a technical challenge because of the very factors, Stan, you just brought up, and others, and the great questions the board has had, and all the things we must consider before we go forward. Addie even had a role to play, but we kicked her out of the club for tonight because she showed you guys last Friday at the workshop sort of the budgetary considerations that are behind all of this as well. And so it's finance, it's Stephen with HR, it's Gil with his community outreach and the programs the deputy superintendent does. It's our ability to communicate this effectively with Rachel's group and communications. It's operations and facilities and logistics. It's all of this that has to come together. And oh, by the way, the most important factor of all of that is what Lauren talked about before. It's about our academic performance for our kids that graduate and go forward with their lives. And to get there are two hemispheres in education, generally speaking. There's an operational side of this business we're all in, and there's an academic or a teaching and learning side of this business that we're in. And in order to feed the side that matters, we have to be lean and mean and operate efficiently on the operations side to funnel more money into the teaching and learning side, which is what we're all trying to get to. To do that, we've got to make really practical and strategic decisions that are adaptable, because it is going to force us to think about things differently and how we approach things. So we did this intentionally to bring a bunch of us together. But I want to be clear as we go into the next slide here, as we go through the school closure the identities of the schools that are still on the list. Nothing has changed with the schools that were identified in the 2024 facilities master plan. We have thought about this more holistically since then in terms of bringing in thinking about programming decisions, thinking about quadrants of the city differently than we have before. Just like we don't want food deserts, we don't want school deserts. Yeah, students matter, but also windshield time matters. And so how long our kids are on buses to get to schools matters to us. And so we need schools in all quadrants of the city. We need special programs in all quadrants of the city for equity purposes. We need options for K-8s perhaps in all portions of the city. So as we think about this holistically, this changed a little bit of the timeline, plus the expectations and the feedback we got from staff on the listening tours, frankly, also fed this timeline in a little different way. So running down through this, let me be clear, there's no recommendation for this board to close any schools after this year. There's just not. We don't think that's entirely fair right now. We want to make sure that A, we're clear about what our plan is, and this lets you get ahead of that by another year to be clear about what the plan is and when we expect to close. This new plan, we lost the feed. This new plan also allows the board some level of flexibility based on what your next steps are going to be with a bond or whatever you decide to do at a later date. And so we'll get that slide back up here as I work through this. So just to recap, as Isaiah is doing his brilliant work here, my friend, there's no school closures recommended this year. As our community changes over time, like we talked about, Wichita Public Schools must evolve with it and adapt to ensure that every school, every student, and every school is a place for high quality learning. We are committed to balancing the number, the size, and the location of our schools by just what we talked about to serve families effectively and equitably across this district, positioning Wichita schools to thrive in the future. School closures, as we now have learned through the presentations we've seen tonight, are not driven by a single factor. There are several factors, adaptive challenges that must be considered by the board. These difficult decisions are made through thoughtful consideration and looking at enrollment trends, facility conditions, staffing realities, and resource efficiency. Our decisions center on creating consistent, enriching environments for our students, supported by strong teachers and staffed by fully staffed child study teams. They must be well-resourced programs and must be held in modern, thank you, Isaiah, modern learning environments. Additionally, we must be mindful, and this is critical. We must be mindful of what this closure process, if the board decides to take it on, what it means to their neighborhoods, what it means to those folks that are passionate about their schools. A building is never just a building. It's memories. It's a lifetime of memories. It's generations of families and kids. We have to be mindful of that. And then the second part of that is, what will that space become once we vacate it? And how can we assist that process to make sure that that neighborhood has a viable alternative for something to enter that building that helps the neighborhood, improves the neighborhood, or at least it becomes a part of the neighborhood. So those considerations, I think we play a role in that at some level. And then we will continue to engage our community openly as we make intentional decisions about facilities and programming needs with our academics based upon relevant data. Bottom line is, we know all of these decisions are incredibly difficult and challenging for this board and for the staff that brings them to you. Thank you for listening to all of us gathering before you today, and we'll all stand for any questions. We're still in the room, so anybody you want to bring up.
And we'll get the slide back on there, but tonight we just are sharing this for information, not asking for any action.
That's correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, Knock.
Thank you for this very in-depth conversation. A heads up, I'm going to be all over the place and perhaps scatter brained. So regarding the capital improvement plan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the adequacy of the capital improvement plan very much so hinges upon a bond issue passing. In terms of our ability to meet our facility needs and our facility improvements, whether you're talking about the capital improvement plan, a lot of it depends on a bond issue passing. That's a question.
Okay. Sorry, I was getting ready to write that. Okay. It is, as you can see, the reason we posted it this way for the board this time around. Last time we leaned almost entirely into a bond issue successfully passing that guided our closure decisions. This gives the board some flexibility. Without a bond, we see these buildings closing in those years. With a bond, we see a little bit of a possibility of extending, not a little bit, we do see a possibility of extending these buildings' life, because we don't want to move students more than once. And so while we're building these new facilities, these students, particularly these students in Woodland and OK, would remain for an extra year while we build their new building. So that's part of the reason it does change depending on what happens with your next steps.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would, I think I think what you're getting at to some extent is, you know, we'll have a capital plan, April, May, I think is our goal for that. That plan will, you know, if we don't pass a bond issue, that will have to include these schools that were going to be rebuilt, like Truesdale, that aren't going to be rebuilt until we get a bond passed. So that will spread that money, that capital money, even further. We've had some comments and discussion about capital outlay tonight, and that is a, you know, a strain on the system, the total capital budget. That budget will continue with a bond or without a bond, but with a bond, it would really accelerate the projects. We would be able to move much more quickly to get the roofs fixed, to get the carpet put in, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know.
You're correct. We're building the capital improvement plan to show you in April, regardless of a bond. So we're going to show you outward years of all of our existing 85 facilities and what we plan to do at each of those over the next 5 years. And it'll be a rolling 5-year plan. If there's an influx of bond money, much like we did with letters training when we got the COVID money, ESSER money. Yes, we don't say that other word. The ESSER money. We can do that with facilities. I think, Knock, to maybe get to your question, and that would simply, okay, now we can hit these priorities. Instead of in year 4, we're going to move those up to year 2 because we can get to those sooner and then begin to address more outward years sooner as well.
As a result of the building listening tours, when you're talking about some of like those top facility challenges from your perspective. To what extent will there be changes to the facility master plan and bond issue?
There already has been. Some of the listening that we've done has already been fed into the capital improvement plan. You may have heard and remembered Luke saying we came in with, here was the list of things we identified in 2023 for your building. What's still pertinent on this list for you folks here in this building? And what would you change? What would you remove or reprioritize? Most of what we learned was, hey, instead of, it was mentioned, paint or carpet, we really need a new playground. We really need something for our kids. So their priorities were a little bit different. And so we've already started to modify that plan according to that feedback. Yes.
Regarding facility needs, so average FCI is 0.59. Can you guys remind me what the learning environment index score is? Again, it's if you don't, because I don't remember it either. So
it's a very soft. It's a soft score. It's a subjective score. It is done largely. The formula was handed to us by DLR Group, who does these facility tours all over the country and help with master planning with boards and district leaders. We got that initial work from them, and then we tailored it for Wichita Public Schools. A learning environment consists of all the things that aren't just a piece of equipment. It's space, it's the feel of the air, it's the traffic patterns within the hallways in the school itself. It's flexible learning spaces. It's the ability to have lunch without the PE being interrupted because you're in the same space. It's those all, I don't know, Luke, you said 100 and some line pieces of 125 line items of information that feed that score. And so we need to do some education on that, frankly, and need to maybe even just provide the 125 line items to the board for starters and let you all see what's feeding that score if we haven't already. But yeah, that's largely what makes that up.
Okay. This was a question that Julie brought up early on, but admittedly, it's been something like lingering in my mind right now. So when it comes to like the facility condition index, I wonder, when you're talking about like different school buildings, to what extent it would change when you account for, quite frankly, again, like our Frankenstein buildings. We have a lot of buildings that the developments were across decades, and I'm curious, if would the FCI scores actually change if you accounted for that? I certainly understand like the complexities on, how do you even calculate that, but admittedly, it is something that's just kind of lingering in my mind right now. And again, it's okay if you don't have an answer, because I certainly don't have one.
No,
either.
that's fine. It's a good question. And it is one that's a challenge for us to really quantify when we have several decades of building improvements for our 100-year-old buildings. Right now, because of just comparing a building's age to another building's age, we're going with the oldest portion of that building just for comparison's sake, knowing that there are newer portions of buildings in many of our spaces, but that's what we base that score on. I think that's right, Luke.
Was the question about the FCI and how we account for the different sections of the buildings and how we capture like certain ages? Because obviously a newer section of the building is going to have newer equipment. Is that the question? So when we went through and we did the assessments, that was all taken into account. So the older parts of the buildings had, we have that section of the building covered for HVAC as kind of the older section, and there's another section. So the condition and the age of the equipment in each section of building is all captured in the software that we use, and then that's all rolled into the overall score for each building that then funnels up into our overall score for the whole district. Does that answer the question?
Mm-hmm.
I'll stay here just in case.
And then regarding the WPS enrollment history and projections, when we talk about controllables, and I'm very cognizant that this is certainly not a silver bullet, certainly not a magic solution. But I'm curious, the possibility, or just thinking bigger. What could a partnership between our school district, our city, our county, our nonprofit community, and our business community, in terms of, how do we develop a more comprehensive housing strategy? And again, like I said, certainly so many factors that affect enrollment history, that affect our enrollment projections. But I guess it's something that's been on my mind a lot as well. In terms of question, well, not a question, I guess something to elevate to. With the closing school considerations, something I would add to the list would be what are the academic and behavioral effects of closing schools? One, both for the students that move, from the closing schools to the welcoming schools, but then also for the students that are at the welcoming schools. And then lastly, I guess the question I have would be for Woodland, for Louverture, for OK, and for Pleasant Valley, when you guys had those listening sessions, what was that feedback? What were those recommendations from those staff, at those four particular schools that are proposed for closure?
I can speak for OK and Woodland. I was in each of those, I think, if that's okay, Superintendent Bielefeld. There's consternation with the staff. Moving is. You can ask Chester Lewis folks that same thing. The unknown is concerning. The thing they wanted us to remember is they want us to think about their culture, and whatever happens, make sure that culture follows them to the next space because they feel like they have a good culture. And I think that was most important to them was carrying that culture along of caring and teaching and supporting. And that was elevated in my visits. Anybody else?
I think they also shared wanting, obviously they built a close-knit group with their teams. So they were talking about moving together as a team. We heard that as well. At PVE, it started because of the timeline discrepancy that we had shared, saying that there could be some changes. So I think ultimately for PVE, it was around, you had shared a specific timeline, which is the one that's up there where it says original timeline. That's the one that they had been presented. So they were making it known that that's where it should be, that change should be made. But same thing with PVE as well. The concern about not only the timeline, but how great their culture is, as well as wanting to be together. If they were to move, they would want to move together. So,
sorry, and I guess one final question. So with the first set of school closures, those 6 school closures, there were a lot of staffing vacancies. If these 4 school closures, Woodland, OK, Louverture, and Pleasant Valley goes into effect, will there also be staffing vacancies as well, or are we looking at potential cuts to staff?
I think I can speak on this. We would not be laying off any staff in any of these scenarios. We wouldn't need to lay off staff. We have enough long-term subs or unfilled vacancies or open vacancies that the staff would have a home somewhere in the district. We would honor the bonus structure that we talked about with them last year through the HR process, help them move, pay addendum days in the summer for moving, et cetera. So that would be a benefit to the system, not, at the school level, it's really hard, but as a system, it would help alleviate some of the pain points for some of the staffing challenges we currently face.
Thank you.
Thank you, Knock. Julie?
On this chart, the one that we're looking at right now, on your columns without a bond and with a bond, is that with a bond column with the passing of the bond as it was presented earlier?
That's generally correct, Julie.
Okay.
We haven't finalized the language to present to you all for a possible resolution, but it would be generally that is correct. So successful passage of a bond would kicks us into the far right column.
And again, I guess that question is reflective of, is there any consideration of modifying the bond proposal, or is the bond proposal basically the same as what it was previously?
Well, I think this assumes that McLean and Black Elementary rebuilds are part of the bond proposal. So that answer would be yes. The rest of it, I mean, we're going to bring to you some options and based on the feedback of what we've heard with some other parts of it. But this really, that's the whole point with the bond, that column. It would be contingent on having newer buildings to send students to. We wouldn't want to move, an OK student down to Dodge for a year or two and then over to Black. We wouldn't want to move kids twice. So that's what extends the timeline. And this assumes a November of 26 bond too. If the board decides that isn't the plan, then that would change some of this. And I would say, I kind of joked with the team that the little sentence at the bottom that's like 10-point font probably should be like 36-point font, because of what we discovered with Chester Lewis. And we can't promise anything. We've had emergencies and catastrophes over the years. And so we want to make sure that people understand that if something major comes up, and we would bring it to you guys, we would have a public discussion. But if one of these on the list needed a $15 million fix, that would be a decision we'd have to make. So.
Okay, my second question is, we've got our FCI score, and then what is the initials for that other score that Knock was talking about?
The Learning Environment Index, LEI.
LEI. Okay, so are those scores for all of district facilities published anywhere?
Not yet. We're going to bring back the dashboard for you all to see again in February. And then we are making some final adjustments to what that dashboard needs to contain to be relevant information for the board. And so we'll bring that back to you all in a month from now. And well, a little less than a month from now, I guess 3 weeks from now, because we're late this month. But for you to have one more view at it and make sure it's kind of giving you the information you need. And then we need to decide, frankly, if we're going to be putting that out for every person in the public sector to see it worldwide, or are we going to put it out to, decision makers or others that need to really dive into that data? So either way, I think we need to have discussions around that in the coming months.
Okay, but at this time, there's nothing that shows the board or anybody else what those scores are for every site.
Yes, with some modifications, but it's not available to you all yet live. No,
Okay.
it's not.
Okay. Maybe the ones who are working on it have the list. Okay, those were my questions.
Thank you, Julie. Amy Warren.
I am aware of the time, and so but I still want to ask another question. With the 4 schools that are slated for closure, you had mentioned, Steve, that having ideas on how we utilize those spaces and take care of those buildings and those sites after closure, that would be something we need to take into consideration. Before voting on a timeline, is there any work being done on what those options might possibly be? Because I think sometimes when we talk about how we can rebuild trust with the community, having a plan instead of just saying it's going to be closed as a school, we'll get to that, which is not the heart of what we would do. That's not how our district operates. But what can we do to start figuring out what needs to be done with those spaces, or has some of that dreaming already been done?
I'll start with a practical solution I can identify, and then I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Bielefeld to sort of talk about the vision we have for that. But the practical plan is we've put in place a building closure committee that now meets whenever considerations like this are made. And that committee is made up of some community members. It's made up specifically of folks from the particular community that's in discussion about closure. So we have their ideas at the table, what they would accept, what they don't think they would accept. And that I've experienced that work with, is it Payne and
Clark?
Yeah, the last Clark, thank you. And we engaged that community or that committee to do that work and look at the offers that we received, the backgrounds of what programs or services they're going to provide. And we had some really good feedback from the local community reps on that committee where we thought was a great idea to go with option A. They said that's not going to go really well in our community. And we switched to option B because of that feedback. So that's a practical example of a committee that we're engaging with on these decisions and discussions. I'll turn it over for visionary sort of thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think, I mean, to answer your question, yes, for some of these locations, there's been community engagement already that Gil could speak to. Not for all of them. And in looking, we're, 18 months away from anything at the soonest. So we have some time. I do think we're strategizing around use and creative use. Knock mentions housing. That's what some of our old schools, Kellogg and Sunnyside and Field and some of those, they've been used for housing. But we think, Stephen brought an idea to me last week about another creative idea that we might explore. So I think that's for further input from us. We need the right number of schools for the district based on our enrollment that are the right size in the right parts of town. And so that doesn't mean some of these buildings couldn't have use. Look at what we did with Cleveland Elementary. We didn't need it as a school, but we did need it as a backup school. And so we will strategize around that, making sure you guys have input on overall portfolio of buildings and land. We don't make, tons of money, maybe mostly 6 digits, maybe 7 digits, but it's not like this is a big windfall of money that we would get off any of these properties. And so there's not a big urgency to act or to move on a lot of them anytime soon. But I feel like we have some runway to help engage community with this as we get headed down that path. But not every one of these, I mean, I wouldn't promise this, but I don't believe every one of these properties we would sell. I mean, I think some of them we would strategically hold on to for what we may use in the future.
Okay. Can you explain? I think there's some people in our community that have a hard time driving past some of our buildings, and they're brick building on the outside, and think, why would the district close this brick building? And then why would the district close down these buildings to tear them down to build a new one? And the option of the bond issue has been brought up. And so could staff explain and help the community understand why we would tear down a building to build a new one?
I'll start and then you guys fix me. I think there's a couple things. I think the car analogy is a really good one with FCI score. I drive a car that is almost 290,000 miles. It's an older car, and I just piddle around town with it. I don't leave town. If it needed an engine, I would really have to weigh out the value of the car versus the cost of fixing it and decide what I wanted to do. If it had a flat tire, I'd probably just fix the flat tire. So when we think about, and I think what Luke was describing with FCI is a really good example of this. This car that I'm talking about, we put a transmission in a couple years ago. So I feel like I want to drive it a while because there's some sunk cost there, because that FCI part of my car is now dropped. I'm not going to need a transmission anytime soon. So our schools are the same way. Chester Lewis that we just got out of was a 0.95 FCI, which means that if we were to remodel it and bring it up to all, a current everything, HVAC, flooring, roofing, all of that, the cost of rebuilding it was almost as equal to remodeling it. So when you get to 1 FCI, that means it's, if you get above 1, you're upside down, essentially in the property. So then we look at things like the classroom size. Martin was talking about the community trip we took to Truesdale this week. We saw a 6th grade classroom with 30 desks in the room, and you could hardly walk around in the room. It was maybe 650 square feet that we're teaching social studies to 6th graders in. So do we want to remodel that and keep that, or does it make more sense for our current environment to rebuild it? Another good example is that, a lot of these buildings that were built in the 50s and 60s, their staff, when the school was staffed, it was principal, secretary, teachers, and maybe a custodian. That was it. There was no assistant principal. There was no psychologist, social worker, counselor, on an ESOL, QPI. I'll give you all the letters. None of that existed. So now we could come back and retrofit that school that we're driving by. Oh, that looks brick. It looks nice. but it isn't designed for 75 years later, education looks a little bit different. So those are just some of the factors. Chester Lewis, they did a great job moving in there and, you know, making it fit for what they need. Those the hallways there are maybe 8 feet wide. There's no way we could fit a locker in there. You know, I mean, there's handicap accessibility issues there. There's all those things that come into play that are other factors. When you drive by, you don't know that there's a gym and cafeteria unless you live it. And so that's part of why we wanted to go to the staff to hear from them. What is it like to live this every day? What does it feel like? Because that feedback, you know, is vitally important for those compared to the people like me that just drive by and look at, you know, see if the flag, you know, whatever. So I don't know. Did I hit that? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Julie.
The question was question was asked earlier about the feedback from the staff, the teachers in the facilities. And you guys gave us answers, you know, culture. We want to keep our culture. We want to keep our team. But you didn't answer the question relative to what they said about their buildings. So did the staff in those buildings say, oh yeah, this building is really old, it's no good, if we could have our same staff and our same culture, we'd get rid of this building in a minute?
So I would say both. We definitely heard that. My classroom has 2 outlets and I can't charge my iPad cart. We also heard our building is fine. Leave us, you know, we love what we have. You know, we have a great culture. We'll deal with any building issues. Just leave us open. I mean, we heard some of that too. So I don't know if that was what you guys heard too, but it was really both. I think at a logical level, we can understand declining enrollment. We can understand changing in dynamics within a community. At an emotional level, it's really hard to think of the loss that we'd have. So, yeah, and I did. Do you want me to go ahead, or you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to ask because we have a consent agenda item about investing in a school that we've closed, and we've talked about repurposing. I was going to give you an opportunity to state why we're repurposing and investing money into a school.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, and I believe one of the things that we've been operating off of, but we haven't said publicly much, is that we should have at least 2 schools that are what we call swing schools. That would be spaces that we could move into in a case of emergency. That we've kept Hadley and Cleveland for those reasons. Haven't listed them. Haven't had any plans to. Well, now we're down to 1. And so we feel it's appropriate to get it up to speed. So I don't know if you want to say anything more about that, Steve, and maybe talk a little bit about the structural inspections that we're doing too. That's on the agenda too.
Yes, we're the short answer is yes to the swing space. And with the structural exams, investigations we're doing as a result of what we found at North High and East High, that has triggered really an effort above and beyond what is normally asked of school districts to do. We do fire inspections and we have the fire marshal in regularly, but these underground structural inspections are something that we are volunteering to do because of what we found at North and East High. We have learned that there are other facilities in our district that will require shoring up or some sort of remediation. It's going to happen. And so the idea, again, is to look at this long term. How much money do we want to invest in a particular building that might be looking at getting phased out versus going ahead? No, this building is iconic. We need this building. It's a North High type structure, whatever it is. We want to keep this and preserve that. Those are decisions that this board will have to also make with recommendations from us. But that is ongoing and is continued. I believe we identified 14 or 17 schools. We've completed 14, I think, Luke, and we have to go on those inspections. Or is that close? Yeah. Okay, not quite 14. I think we only have 3 left to go that aren't completed yet, but we've completed several of those. We have identified some needs. They're not imminent. They're not like it has to be done today or tomorrow or even this year, but that's got to be placed on our long-term 5-year capital improvement plan radar. And we've got to spend money on things that, once again, won't be seen by really anybody, and it won't impact that classroom at Truesdale necessarily to enlarge that. So it's putting money to just keep buildings upright, and that will be ongoing until we have some sort of a different plan.
Seeing no further comments, I think one of the things that we're feeling and dealing with here is historically the district has probably been very reactionary, and now we're trying to shift into being very proactive, and we're kind of in that middle phase right now where I think there were plans before on how to address things, but like the foundation, investigating all the foundations of older buildings is a very proactive measure to take. And the analogy was used at our agenda review recently that when we lift up rocks and we find things underneath the rock, the creepy crawlies, as we referred to them, we're going to deal with it. And so we're lifting rocks right now, and we're going to find more things to deal with, but we're trying to take a very proactive approach, much more so than in the past. I don't want to accuse the district of not taking a proactive approach, but this is very intentional, and we're in the middle of that shift right now. And I think that's what's causing some people to kind of have a little bit of angst right now, because we're finding more things and we're trying to deal with it in a proactive way. So seeing no further questions from the board, Latona, next item. And thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for everybody's efforts on this. This is a lot of work. So we thank you and appreciate your efforts. And we thank you for the proactive approach on reaching out to staff and continuing that proactive approach with an HR tour.
2026 legislative agenda.
All right. Well, Addie and Susan get settled. This is our annual January time where we discuss the legislative session, talk about our specific Wichita Public Schools agenda and things that we're promoting and advocating for. We are part of KSB, so we're part of that process of advocacy. We have Melody was on the Legislative Affairs Committee for KSB, so we have one of our board members that's a part of that too. So I did appreciate, I didn't tell you this before I saw the slide, but the supporting students, supporting educators, protecting taxpayer investment. That could be like our tagline for all of our slides and everything we do, because that's a really good summary of what we're all about and really what we talked about all night tonight. So the dynamic duo can take it away.
We'll take votes on a new slogan later.
I approve.
Good evening, BOE, Superintendent Bielefeld. My name is Addie Lowe. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. I actually have the privilege of turning this over to my wonderful colleague, Susan Willis, for a majority of the presentation. I will be here to help answer questions about funding formula concerns. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Susan.
Good evening. So tonight, my job, I shift hats frequently these days, and tonight I am your legislative liaison, giving you an update on the 2026 legislative agenda. We're going to start tonight. We're going to discuss, maybe get to the next slide. I'm going to let you drive a little bit as soon as you figure out how to drive. There you go. We're going to discuss first, as Kelly mentioned, the KASB 2026 resolution on state issues. That's essentially the Kansas Association of School Boards legislative priorities for the 26th session. And then we're going to discuss how we somewhat narrowed in on a recommended top 3 for USD 259. Not that we don't support all 5 of KASBs, we do, but to really focus in on what we want legislative action to look like specifically for USD 259. And then some key message takeaways for the legislature.
And then we have at the very end a little sneak peek of what's going on so far on day one of this legislative session. So as far as the KASB pieces, what is this resolution? It is adopted annually by KASB member delegates. It reflects the priorities for rural, suburban, and urban districts. It gives a set of common priorities that are good for all Kansas schools, and it gives us common language, and it serves as a guide to legislative advocacy across the state. This matters because educational consistency across the state and predictability in educational policy means a significant statewide approach that we all can get behind as far as what's important to educate Kansas kids. What do we want our priorities to look like? What do we need our outcomes to look like as a state? And we talked a little bit earlier about sustainability long term. That's what the KASB legislative platform focuses on, long-term sustainability for initiatives. And so those 5 priorities, these aren't really new. You can go ahead and advance. You've seen these before. The first one is fully funding special education services in order to benefit all students. As we know, when special education is not fully funded, the dollars to make up the difference are coming from general funds. So KASB has looked at this, and they are advocating full statutory funding at the 92% of excess cost level. Then they also are supporting schools in recruiting and retention efforts through improving CAPERS, strengthening CAPERS, specifically Tier 3, but then also looking at those working after retirement penalties and eliminating those where possible. And we certainly fully support both of those initiatives and priorities, particularly the working after retirement. Well, Tier 3, I think we actually support both probably pretty equally. The third is sustaining the investment in public education funding, the funding formula, both in terms of kind of renewing it, because as we know, this formula is due to sunset on July 30th of 27. So we need a new formula. Otherwise, we have no ability to conduct school business as of July 1st of next year, and then refresh it. So we absolutely support a funding formula, and sooner is better for school districts. We have challenges in planning now because we have to estimate enrollment. So when we have an absence of a formula in a year and a half, that's going to cause us some problems, even just planning negotiations, contracts, and those type of things. And then fourth, we ensure taxpayer dollars for education are directly and exclusively meant for public schools, so that schools that are accountable to parents, students, and their communities, that's basically the voucher conversation. We want public dollars supporting public education. And then finally, KASB wants to protect and respect local control by empowering local school boards to lead without curricular or funding mandates. And we talk a lot about unfunded mandates or additional policy that we have to try to figure out how to comply. So we support all 5 of these platform priorities. However, 3 specifically, we are asking the legislature to proactively do something, as opposed to being kind of against a voucher or against efforts to erode local control. So our focus for Wichita, we can go ahead and move ahead, are specifically focused on the 3 special education funding, strengthening CAPERS, and sustaining and refreshing the school finance formula. So we want to talk about a little bit more in depth about those 3 areas and why those are a focus for Wichita. The focus area number 1, again, those special education services are federally and state mandated. We don't have a choice but to commit dollars to meet the needs of special education students through whatever their IEPs are requiring. So if an IEP is requiring speech services, we don't have the option to cut speech services in order to make a budget balance. We have to come up with other funding reductions in order to fund the special ed needs, which means we are then transferring funds out of our general fund, out of our supplemental general fund, or making other reductions in order to fund those shortfalls. That's why special education funding is so important. The 92% is the ideal. That's the statutory amount. That's what they should be covering. Our goal is to get close, anything closer alignment, whether it's a phased-in approach or whatever that looks like. We just need that gap to close. In 2008, schools were funded at 92% of excess costs. In 2025, that number was under 64 to 67% funded. And we continue to erode because special education costs are exceeding the amount of new funding coming in through the formula. So that's our goal related to special education, is close the gap. In whatever fashion we can get there, close the gap. The focus area number 2 is strengthening CAPERS. If we think about teacher salary packages, I mean, this is for all staff, but specifically teachers, historically, the teachers have accepted salaries based on the fact that they knew they had a strong pension plan. And that, you can go back to the 60s, 70s, 80s. That's why people got into teaching and accepted a lower than private sector salary, is they knew they would get those dollars back in retirement. Fast forward to current CAPERS, Tier 3, which is a more of a 401k-ish looking thing, they're not getting that level of compensation in retirement that their previous counterparts were receiving. It has become less of a recruitment and certainly less of a retention benefit. That Tier 3, we definitely need the legislature to continue to look at ways to improve CAPERS, particularly Tier 3. The other piece for CAPERS is the working after retirement penalties. As we continue to struggle to fill positions, we are looking at our retired workforce to help fill those gaps. We're paying 11.68% penalties on the first 40,000, and after that, we're paying 30% after the first 40,000. It becomes a very expensive proposition to hire a CAPERS retiree into a CAPERS covered position. It can be done, but you're taking then what might have otherwise cost you $60,000 and you're paying $80,000 or $90,000 for it. So we really would like them to look at our situation across the state, teacher shortages, specialty shortages. We talked a little bit about the professionals like your speech therapist, visually impaired, hearing impaired, hard to fill spots. We need to be able to tap into the resources because we don't have enough coverage today. So our goal, again, sustain and strengthen CAPERS as a workforce tool for recruitment and retention. Finally, our focus area 3 is school finance formula stability. We need predictability in budgeting. No one wants to see the ups and downs of a mill levy. No one wants to be guessing what's going to happen with funding in a year, 2 years, 3 years. Makes negotiating very difficult, makes negotiating contracts very difficult with outside vendors. This is a problem for all districts in Kansas if we don't get a school finance formula relatively quickly. Now, I don't know that we envision it happening this session. That would be an ideal. I don't think that's going to happen. But and whatever they end up doing, most likely they will then give us a year under the old formula to get to the new formula. That's the guess. But we need that predictability in budget that supports equity across districts in Kansas, that is also recognized as constitutional. We know the current formula is adequate and equitable according to the state legislature or into the Supreme Court. Any change that it gets made potentially has to be revetted. So we don't really want major tweaks to this formula that could be considered unconstitutional. We have areas of the formula we don't like very well. I would think special ed is probably one of them. We don't get special ed funding based on the student. We get special ed funding based on the number of teachers and paras, and we don't get it in a timely fashion. We get it spread over the course of a year, and we're not even sure what the final number is until June. That is a problem. We'd love to see that fixed. But what we're hearing through the task force that is working on this school finance formula is that no one is talking about putting new funding into the formula. They're talking about making changes so that there are some winners and there are some losers. Well, we're 10% of the state. Who do you think is going to be the source of funds if other districts get additional funding? It's probably us. So I think our position on school finance is tweak small. Tweak where we're not basically funding the rest of the state because you feel the need to make a change. The formula is working. We're able to build a budget. She is able to build a budget based on the current formula. It is constitutional. We're needing to hit that with our legislators, particularly our local delegation. Don't tweak a lot. It'll be, otherwise we're going to drag everything out and we don't know if it will be considered constitutional or not. So small tweaks, if any. So if we kind of summarize these key messages for our policymakers, any mandate, special ed in particular, fund at realistic levels where we can meet the needs of all students. Support a competitive education workforce, maintain stability in school finance. Public education is a long-term investment. We heard Dr. Hatfield talking about that it wasn't just high schools that were responsible for the graduation rate. We make investments in students pre-K and up. For 13 plus years, we're putting money so that they can go out into the community and support their communities. It's a long-term game. That's what we need to focus on. Stable policy leads to better outcomes, so we're not chasing after the latest and greatest, and lower costs over time. Those are our messages to policymakers. Finally, a little bit of early action in this session. I will tell you, we're hearing from our legislative support team that this could be the fastest session in recent, in really modern history. They anticipate potentially adjourning for the first time as early as March 23rd, with a very small veto session April 9th. If they adjourn, sine die, which means they're done, on April 9th, it will be the fastest session on record. So, or at least in the last 40, 50 years. That you can tell the action's going to be fast and furious. There is already a bill that was pre-filed that is potentially has impact to schools. We wanted to talk a little bit about that tonight and give the board an opportunity to provide us some feedback. That's Senate Bill 302. It's companion bill, House Bill 2421. It's a bell-to-bell cell phone ban. Both bills have similar language. Both bills require phones to be inaccessible from the start of the school day to the end of the school day, including all periods in between. They both include exceptions for IEPs, 504 requirements, or if a student has a medical issue. Both require a prohibition on staff communicating directly with students through social media platforms. The House bill requires some additional tracking of screen time for grades 1 through 4. Right now, our plan, and this is kind of a gift, we don't, typically bills are coming at us fast and furious, and we don't have time to actually kind of pull the board as a whole about responses. But in this one, we have there's hearings scheduled for Thursday and Friday this week on these two bills. Right now, we're conditionally supportive as our opening position. Our concern primarily is around the open lunch period at the high school level. We'd like to at least add some language to address the fact that if students are leaving for open lunch, that they can get their phones to leave and then they can return and put them back wherever they're going to be. Obviously, there's options for that as far as having the phone be inaccessible. I think right now our thought is using our locker system, which we haven't used in some number of years. We would need to make sure we have enough, so there might be some costs involved. We haven't done a rekeying of lockers and I don't even know how long, so that would be a summer project to rekey lockers for use. So there'd be some work and some dollars being expended, not to mention kind of training on expectations and all that. But we'd like to then open this for discussion on this particular bill, and if the board is supportive of our approach on the legislative agenda, specifically the top 3 for WPS. Fast.
Are you ready for questions? Okay. Amy? All eyes went over here. On the top 3 initiatives that you guys had listed, I am supportive of those, and I'm glad that you guys are taking those up. The state bill on phones, yes, I am very supportive and looking over the details. So I think the open lunch consideration is really important. The bills have language which is on school premises, which is modeled off North Dakota's bill. And that is meant to imply that if students leave for lunch, or if they're going to a Future Ready Center, or if they're going to a doctor's appointment, that they would be able to retrieve their phone. And that way, also, that seems like a very realistic thing to allow, that if the student is not under our direct care, that we are not under care of their phone. On the storage options, especially for middle schools and even for high schools, we have a lot of storage options that are low cost, even less than that are a couple $100 for a lot of the schools that we have, 500, 600 students. There are, we want to look at models for larger schools, I can help get some of those. A lot of times we might consider doing like a hybrid model where the students who are going to be available for, maybe I'm getting too wordy, but available for junior and senior lunch, that we could look at different options for storage. And then the younger classmen would have options for like lockers and something that is more permanent. But I am very supportive of this. Talking about Angela Duckworth, she's done national studies on phones in schools and the additional benefits of a bell-to-bell policy instead of just a restrictive one. It takes care of a lot of the things that are happening in hallways and in between classes that do directly affect academic achievement, safety and belonging, and a litany of other things. And so I really would, I would encourage you guys to, if you need to get more clarification, I would hope that as the largest district, we can try to move on this. And if it doesn't pass, that we still show support by trying to address some of these benefits that come from a bell-to-bell policy in our district.
Thank you. Stan?
If you go to the section about local control again, yes, protect and respect local control by empowering elected school boards to lead without curricular or funding mandates. And I think the election commissioner said it well tonight. Not very many people are willing to put their name and their time into a campaign such as Amy Jensen just went through, and Amy Warren just went through, and Diane and Julie went through on re-election. There should be only one local school board. And now if you go to the bill that's mentioned at bell to bell, the problem with this is this is a bill that is taking out of hand control of a local school board to address that problem. I think we do need to start moving toward a bell-to-bell cell phone ban. I think we're treading some dangerous ground if we support this as a school district, because once the legislature gets us to agree to do a ban on cell phones, the next time the next bill that comes up and it's a ban on something that we want to keep, then they're going to say, well, you agreed to a cell phone ban and you didn't complain about local control then. I think we have the ability, as us, the 7 members, and with the support of our staff, to work out the logistics. I know our staff has already been thinking about some of the logistics of if this needs to happen. And so I think we're running into a kind of a dangerous ground if we come out officially in support of this. If we want to testify that we're looking at bell to bell and that we're moving in that direction, but to have a state law that requires it is opening a door that this school board and other school boards throughout the state would not be able to close on other issues. That's just my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Stan. Julie?
I agree with your three legislative positions. I think they're very good. I am supportive of a bell-to-bell cell phone ban for this district, but I agree with Stan that that ought to be a local control decision, that all of the school districts throughout the state ought to make that decision for their school districts as opposed to the legislature forcing it on us. So again, I don't know how in your discussions how you want to communicate that, but I'm totally with Amy Warren that we need to go that direction. And I'm also with her of that there's other potential ways for storage other than maybe the locker solution. But I do think that local control of school districts is very important in the state. If for no other reason, because the school districts across the state of Kansas are all very different. We have Wichita Public Schools, it's a very large district. And then we have school districts that are very, very small. Our school districts are very different, and so I'm a very strong believer in local control.
Thank you, Julie. One of the first items that we talked about was special education funding, and there are discrepancies as to how that is funded. Can you explain some of the discrepancies and why one entity might say it's fully funded and another entity might say it's not?
So the way that we get special education funding, a lot of it is based on staff. So depending on how many teachers, mix of teachers and paras you hire, you may get refunded a flat amount. So it doesn't matter if you're paying your special education teacher a $40,000 salary or a $65,000 salary. You'll get the same amount in each of those corresponding districts. So working in Wichita Public Schools, we have one of the highest compensation packages in the state. It may cost us a little bit more to hire a special education teacher than somewhere else in the state. So that salary difference we're left to then cover with other funds. We also get some reimbursement for transportation expenditures. That's reimbursed at about 80% for qualifying transportation and fuel. And so again, depending on how many special education buses you have to run, what your fuel expenditures are, our transportation budget is getting close to $35 million. And each year that's anticipated to go up. And so every year, as we're only getting reimbursed for 80% of those costs, we're left to fund millions and millions more of transportation out of other funding sources. There's other bits and pieces in that SPED funding formula for extraordinary costs. So if you have a super expensive kiddo that requires a lot of equipment or 3-to-1 care, essentially for personnel, that's taken into consideration. There's a little bit of some Medicaid reimbursement that essentially schools that have more students that qualify for Medicaid, similar to the free lunch weighting, you get a little bit more out of that pot. So there are weightings within SPED that we do qualify for. There's disparities between districts and how much each of those items may cost you and what's left over, because we have a flat pot. It's not like the rest of our weightings where whatever you have is what you get. With special education, it's spread across the state. They have $83 million, right, to spend in special education state aid, and that's what you're going to get. And so just depending on what your costs are, what other districts' costs are, that's why we don't get to find out until June what that reimbursement rate is. Everybody's filing what their estimated expenditures are, what their salaries are going to be. They weigh those out and they say, okay, this is what's left over to pay for staff. We think we're going to be able to reimburse you at $30,000. That number has gone significantly down year over year in terms of that reimbursement because they fund those things like transportation off the top first, and then they calculate what's left over for staff reimbursement. At the 92%, really they take into account, again, statewide. Are we funding special education statewide at 92%? You may have a district that's funded at 110% of their SPED services based on how they qualify for funding through that formula. Wichita Public Schools has sat below 70%, I want to say, for at least 3 years, if not more. And we're estimated to be about 64 to 67% this year.
So did I understand it accurately that if you look at the whole state, all of the districts, they are at 92%, but when you break it down per district, that is where the difference?
Mandate is for statewide excess cost to be 92%, and the state is not there.
Okay.
As a state, we're not there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
because it's a fixed dollar amount that they're giving to SPED across the state.
Right. And what they're only adding about $7.5 million a year into special education services. And when you think about CPI increases to your budgets, just simple salary increases, increases to transportation, increases to fuel prices, that $7.5 million really is a cut. It's not keeping up with the inflationary factor on special education costs, which is why you see that that excess cost percentage dropping every year.
And while we're on the topic, if I might, since we're kind of in the history books here a little bit, 2008, is that what you said was when it was 92% funded? So it begs the question, well, why? If they used to fund it, what has happened? Well, part of what happened is special ed was not part of the Gannon decision for the funding formula. And so when you all held up your hands and said you're going to follow the Kansas Constitution, the Kansas Constitution says we have to fund schools sufficiently and effectively. Because that wasn't part of the Gannon decision, they being the legislature, not the current group, but over the years, it's just been an area where the court hasn't required them to fund it at 92%, so they haven't. They've just not done it. Was that fair? Okay. I think it's important context is we have what was settled during Gannon, the CPI increases. For the most part, that has been funded, high density at risk, bilingual, some of those things. The Gannon decision has been followed, but special ed, since it wasn't really part of the Gannon decision, predates that a little bit. And then that 92%, we've just gotten further and further over the years from that number. So
SPED is not part of the school finance formula that is being looked at right now?
No.
They
Go ahead.
they are evaluating the formula in which we receive special education funding. And there is that appetite to put a stamp on something in the total finance formula. The SPED piece of the formula was not what was reevaluated during the Gannon case, but it is part of the total funding formula picture that the legislature is evaluating currently.
Okay. Julie, did you raise your hand again? No. Okay. Amy Jensen.
I have a couple of concerns about the CAPERS bill, House Bill 2194. One of my concerns is that we don't want to build our education workforce on retired teachers. I don't want us to lean in that direction. As someone who is a retired educator, I don't particularly want to go back into the classroom after being out. Now, there are some people that do. I think there's something like 3,000 positions have been filled by retired educators because we don't have the workforce that we've had before. The other concern I have is that the CAPERS bills don't include any type of a COLA increase. There hasn't been a COLA increase for CAPERS since 1997. So if you retired in the early 2000s, that amount of money you get for your pension is the same amount that you're getting today. And to me, that's wrong. So I think there should be a COLA increase as well. And there are lots of old people groups that I'm in that go to Topeka and advocate for that COLA increase every year, and it never happens. So if we could add that on, that would be great. So one of the other concerns, I think Addie and I have talked about this, but one of the concerns I also have about that bill is when state law doesn't allow a retired teacher to work under the negotiated agreement. And so what would happen is we'll have all these retired people coming in that potentially could negotiate their own deal with the district. Now, currently that's not the way that we do things. We just say, okay, here's the salary schedule. This is where we're going to put you. The district has that leeway. I just know how things work. And if there's a large group of people that are coming into the workforce that are retired and don't work under the guidelines set by the negotiated agreement, there's a good possibility they will band together, and now we will be negotiating separate salaries and separate benefits for a whole new workforce. Old people are clever, and we'll do that. And so I just think those are some things that we need to take into consideration with this bill, because we need young folks to be taking these jobs, and we need to encourage younger folks to be in the teaching profession and not rely on retired people to come back into the classroom who have been out for a while, maybe didn't teach during COVID, and don't know what it's like to be in the classroom now. So those are just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Amy. A few more questions for you guys. When you say strengthening capers, what does that look like exactly?
We our last legislative agenda, we kind of came with some details about some legislative post-audit reviews that were happening between the Kansas Capers 3 pension program and their comparisons to other state entities, so surrounding districts. They kind of picked a really good mix of states that look like us, states that don't, and just evaluated the benefits of really focusing on that Capers Tier 3 bit. And so, there's no one size fits all solution. There's no, we can overnight get our pension plan to be well funded and all of a sudden match another state's. I think that the difference between what a Capers Tier 1 retiree receives in retirement once you get your 85 points, that's a very clear path. You know what you're going to get. Being a Capers Tier 3 retiree myself, it's very complex, very confusing. It's based on a service credit model, and the disparity between those payments. Again, going back to kind of our policy with special education, we just want to see the gap closed. We want to see incoming teachers receive high quality pension benefits so we can compete with other states now for resources. We're not just competing with the state of Kansas. We are competing nationally for teaching resources. So we want to be competitive in every job market, and just closing that gap, it may take a while. It's not going to be fixed overnight. So closing that gap is our goal.
Okay. And I did want to address, Stan brought up the local control topic. And I think on something like the cell phone policy, there's a lot of things that are handed down to school districts that they just say, do it. And I'm a big local control person, but at the same point in time, when there's something that I think is good universally, I'm fine with the state having a little bit more say on that. And so I am fine with the state weighing in on this. I hope they are lenient and flexible on the implementation of it, because I think implementing something like a bell-to-bell cell phone is different in Wichita than it is out in Western Kansas. So I'm fine with the concept and the theory, but where my concern is on the implementation. So with that, Amy Jensen, Amy Jensen, I knew I was going to do it, and it's after my bedtime. I'm sorry. Oh, did you want to weigh in? Okay. Sorry. It really is after my bedtime. So that's my 2 cents on it. So there we go. Any further questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. It is recommended that the board authorize the district to advocate for identified issues and to educate legislators regarding issues impacting the district. Latona, are you wanting to vote on that? Or is the feedback that we've gotten, is that sufficient for you guys to go? Okay, very good. Thank you, ladies, for your time and effort. And with that, Latona, next item.
Consent.
Okay, for consent. For the public's information, the purpose of the consent agenda is to help the board handle routine matters efficiently so that the board can spend more time reviewing, monitoring, and discussing the educational issues of the Wichita Public Schools. Students' academic success is the top priority for the Board of Education. Board members review these items in detail during the agenda review workshops held at 10:30 a.m. on the Fridays prior to each regular board meeting here at the AMAC building. These workshops are open to the public, but no action is taken. The workshop is for discussion and questions only, and your presence is always welcome there. So when we have a list of consent agenda items, these items are all gone through by the Board of Education in a public open meeting. So if there are any questions that the public might have, you are welcome to reach out to your board members before that a consent agenda review, and we use that meeting to ask our questions and have conversations with staff about these very items. So with that, is there a motion to approve consent? Oh,
And that's why I had my hand up.
Okay.
I move that we approve the consent agenda except for E2, the renewal with Destination Innovation because of Knox conflict of interest.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion made by Stan, seconded by Knock. And you can cast your vote. We'll see if the technology works. And now, so motion passes 5-0. And okay, well, we'll add it to the list of technology errors. So
Okay, so 6-0.
okay, so the motion passes 6-0. Wow. Stan, you want to make a motion to pass E2? Knocks out of the room.
I move we adopt consent item E2, the renewal with Destination Innovation.
I'll second it. Motion made by Stan, seconded by Diane. We can cast our vote. Maybe.
I didn't. Waiting here. Oh, there it is.
I'm not getting the little part down.
Okay, we're going to go old school. All in favor, raise your hand. Amy, raise your... Motion passes 5-0. Moving on. Latona, next item. Wow.
We have reports and requests. Superintendent's
Yeah, I
report.
think I'm up first. So I'll keep it pretty brief. Just wanted to bring up, we sent a response letter to the Attorney General in January. I think most of you saw that. And then a couple things on the cell phone bill that I do think I wanted to articulate. Susan downplayed it a little bit, but this will cost us something. So I just want to make sure you all are clear. There is no free road to doing this, whether it's more lockers, whether it's pouches, whether it's whatever. Somebody's going to have to monitor and watch, which means they aren't doing other things. If we reset all the lockers over the summer, that's hours of work. So not saying we shouldn't do it by any means, but I want to make sure that was said. And the other thing, and I've articulated this to some of the legislators, I do think there is an opportunity here for a broader community conversation about student well-being and health and screen addiction and all of that. And I think we're missing it. I think, unfortunately, this is all about schools. We're not even attempting to engage parents and educate parents. We're not even attempting to have a broader community conversation, which is disappointing to me because I really think there's multiple whack-a-moles that are up right now, and we're whacking one of the 10. That a student at 3 a.m. in their bed scrolling on their phone, we're not fixing that issue. Parents provide these phones to kids. Kids use the phones, and so and even the way the bill's written, we're really, you know, I don't hear from teachers that this is a big challenge. So, you know, who is it that we're deciding based on? We hear all this stuff about feedback and listening and all of these things, and so. You know, students, parents, teachers, are those the people that have been listened to? I just wonder about that. And I believe in the bill, or I believe in the concept of bell to bell, but I believe in it with education, with trying to, I mean, you don't fix smoking by banning smoking. You fix smoking by public health awareness. And I think there's an opportunity to really talk about the detriment that cell phones can have for kids and their mental health and their anxiety and everything. And I think instead of that, we're fast tracking a bill that's going to get sent through, and then schools have to fix a societal problem again, which is what we usually are asked to do. So, not saying it's not the right thing to do. I think there's more to the conversation. Last thing I wanted to mention, as I try to fact check throughout the course of not fact check, but gather facts. I think Stan had mentioned the need to backfill capital outlay money at the end of last year. It was $17.4 million that we transferred at the end of the year for capital projects to keep us up, you know. And so we all know those $17.4 million could go, it's one-time money, but those could go to a lot of other things that would help with credentials, that would help the graduation rate, that would help with the literacy, that would help with really our other objectives. It was the right decision. We were smart to do it, but that's a bit of how, you know, you have to connect a few dots to say, how does a bond issue support kids directly with their learning? And that's how it does it. That if those funds are available for us to put towards kids and outcomes, then if we have a bond issue, we don't have to do that in that direct way. So, yeah, I think that's all I had. Thanks, Latona.
Very good. Latona, next item.
New business and Board of Education requests.
Is there any new business? Okay, knock.
So I could be wrong on this. I am perhaps one of the only researchers in the entire state of Kansas that's looking at the effects of personal electronic device policies. What I will say for, you know, whether you're talking about proponents or opponents, at least in the literature, at least in academia, one of the overarching agreements, and I guess, you know, clearly to Kelly's point, is that it should not be the school's role alone. It should not be the public education system's role alone in addressing problematic technology usage. At the same time, you know, my personal take is that, you know, especially over the past decade or so, we do see big tech companies, we do see social media companies, we do see ed tech companies having amassed a lot of power, if you will, over teaching, over learning, over education in general. And so for me, like, because I very much so envision this being my life's work, right? Like, you know, how do we promote, you know, healthy relationships with digital technology, recognizing that, you know, we should not be pathologizing digital behaviors. There's like so many of the measures, so many of the surveys, so many of the indicators of problematic technology usage, if you will, are just quite frankly wrong. You know, there's a lot that could be improved with it when it comes to, you know, a psychometric perspective. Anyways, I guess just, I certainly would support a more community-wide, community-level, grassroots effort on, you know, how do we promote not just those schools, but especially when you're talking about the role of healthcare organizations, when you're talking about the role of nonprofits, when you're talking about the role of families, especially, How do we have these healthier relationships, these healthier uses, more pro-social, more effective uses of digital technology? However, while we are on this subject, I do have a board request for a policy, specifically a board policy on guardrails and guide rails to address excessive screen time and overuse / misuse of school-issued one-to-one devices. So, and I already filled it out, so I'll send it to Latona after.
All right. Thank you, Knock. Any others? Amy Warren?
I also submitted a board request earlier today to begin the process of revisiting our cell phone policy and acceptable use of personal electronic devices. And to Knox's point, I think that thinking about the importance of collective action, and I didn't work really hard for running for this board so that we had no local control options. So I understand the tension and both saying that, yes, I think that at the state level acting is important, and I also want to maintain local control. Sometimes those are mutually exclusive, and sometimes I think, to Diane's point, that when we're looking about collective action across the whole state, that when not just our district, but other districts and all the districts around the state address cell phone policies in a very consistent manner, then as opposed to it being punitive for one or the other, and one district's missing out on the benefits and the other one's getting the benefits, it almost puts the pressure back up at the industry level, back to the designers of the platforms and the designers of the devices that are okay with having our kids lose out during the day and with causing mental health harms and causing academic harms. So Kansas is one of the 5 remaining states that have not done anything on cell phones in their schools at the state level. I also feel comfortable in the fact that we are not blazing the trail on that. And to do nothing says quite a bit sometimes. And so I want us then, since our goal is to be the premier district of choice, to whether we are big and can't necessarily compare size-wise with some of the smaller districts in Western Kansas, I want us to be one of the first who figures out how to do this well so that we can lead the way and bring others along on it.
Thank you, Amy. Stan?
I would just remind the board, we've got 2 board requests now. The ball is now going to start rolling on this project. I just want to warn the board that if you accept we can't use the argument that we're not doing anything, because we're obviously going to do something. But once you give up local control on an issue that's even as important as this to each of us, you're going to give up local control on other things in the future that you are not going to want to give up control of. And I think the superintendent's point is, and that's one thing I would like with your request, Amy Warren, and with your request, Knock, really gets the ball rolling. It gives us the chance for the board to really discuss among ourselves on where we have common ground. Because I do also think that it has, and I think Knock tended to agree with the superintendent as well, is that this is a bigger discussion than just a school. And I don't know if you're going to want to give up local control to say you will support a bill that you're supportive of, but a month later, when there's a bill that you do not support that takes your local control, they will use that as their way of saying you've done this before. I just wanted to warn the board.
Very good. Thank you, Stan. We have 2, Latona, next item.
Executive session.
Okay, we have 2 executive items tonight. For the executive session 1, I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing matters relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student for 15 minutes. The executive session will include all board members present and the general counsel, Dan Lawrence, Superintendent Kelly Bielefeld, and board clerk Latona Hoyt. The open meeting will resume here in the boardroom at 10:40. Do I have a second? Motion made by Diane, seconded by Julie. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 6-0. We are in executive session. We'll just go right over here. No, it's the first time.
Yeah, I have all of mine. Yep. I have a cappuccino and a regular.
Latona, I'm just going to do hand raising for the
Yes,
night.
that
That's
works.
faster.
Thank you.
Okay, the board is back from executive session. Stan?
I move that for the student appeal hearing held on December 9th, 2025, I move the board uphold the finding of the hearing officer.
I'll second. Motion made by Stan, seconded by Diane. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 6-0.
And for the appeal hearing held on January 7th, 2026, I move that the board uphold the hearing, the findings of the hearing officer.
Motion made by Stan, seconded by Julie. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 6-0. We have one more executive session this evening. I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing matters relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting student.
Oh, no, that's the first one. The second one is.
That's what it says for the second one.
Sorry, attorney-client. Just say
Okay,
attorney-client. Sorry.
Relating to attorney-client privilege, the executive session will last 10 minutes. The board will return back in this room at 10:52. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Diane, seconded by Stan. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 6-0. We are in executive session. Okay.
It's gonna take me a while just to pack up my bags.
I know it. I know it. Got lots of things. This.
Okay, bring up your election of officers
Not anymore.
document that Latona sent.
Yes. So are we ready?
Board members, bring up the Word document that Latona sent for board officers. Everybody have that up? Okay, the board is back from executive session. Latona, next item.
Election of officers, Board of Education. The first item being election of president.
Okay. And the board has an electronic way of doing this. This is the first time, and given the technical issues we've had tonight, I am optimistically hopeful that, so while the board's bringing that up, I do want to just take a personal moment here real quickly, because I've had a great honor and privilege of serving as president this year. But this has probably been one of the most difficult and challenging years of my life. Especially after losing my dad, almost cutting off my hand with a table saw, and running for re-election. It's been an awful year for me, and so I have spoken with my board members and made it clear that I am not running for president next year. But still, obviously excited to serve on the board. But it's been a great honor and privilege to serve as president this year. So with that, if the board members have your document up and ready, go ahead and type in your name and then who you are selecting as the next board president.
So I have 6 responses in.
Okay.
And I'm going to read them out loud.
Excellent.
Julie Hedrick selected Stan Reeser. Amy Jensen selected Stan Reeser. Nok Vong selected Stan Reeser. Stan Reeser selected Stan Reeser. Diane Albert selected Stan Reeser. Amy Warren selected Stan Reeser.
Okay, Stan, you are the next Board of Education president. Congratulations. Okay, and bring up that next sheet, and we will vote on vice president next.
I have 6 responses in. Amy Jensen selected Julie Hedrick. Julie Hedrick selected Julie Hedrick. Diane Albert selected Julie Hedrick. Nok Vong selected Julie Hedrick. Stan Reeser selected Julie Hedrick. Amy Warren selected Julie Hedrick. And that's it.
Okay. Julie, congratulations on being the next vice president of the Wichita Public Schools. Latona, next item.
Adjournment.
Okay. I'll second that. Stan, motion seconded by Diane. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 6-0. We are adjourned. Thank you for this evening. Hello.